Tēnā koutou katoa, a warm welcome to everybody here in Queenstown. This panel is reconvening the Regional Public Transport Plan hearing that started off in Dunedin a couple of days ago. We'll start off on Tuesday and continued on Wednesday, and then we adjourned, and we're now here in Queenstown for the Queenstown leg, so we're reconvening the hearing. Just from a health and safety perspective, if we need to leave the building and if the siren goes and we need to leave the building, we will head down the stairs and assemble out in the car park. Toilets are out in the foyer, and for people online, we're assembled in the function room on the mezzanine floor level of the Queenstown Sports Centre. So great to be in Queenstown. Now, how we're going to function this morning and then this afternoon is from 11:30 to 12:30. We have one submitter who is going to speak to us in a moment, and then for the balance of that period of time, we have some queries and questions for our staff regarding the hearings report. And so that's the plan from 11:30 to 12:30. Between 12:30 and 1:30 we will be adjourned for lunch. 1:30 to 3 we will have the balance of the submitters present to the panel. And by the way, I should introduce the panel. My name's Andrew Noon. I'm chairing the panel. On my left I've got Councillor Kate Wilson, and on my right I've got Councillor Elliot Weir. We have got staff over here on my right. We've got Jack Cowie, who is the Senior Transport Planner. We have Robin Hyde, who is the Transport Planning Lead. We also have Caitlin Hazlitt, who is the Hearing Administrator. And that's pretty much it. And I probably should also just say, after our first submitter, we also have a memo from the annual plan team. So we will receive that at that point, and there may be some, Robin will introduce it and speak to it, and then it's likely we will actually deal with that at deliberations on Monday, but yeah. Okay, Leslie, would you like to come forward? Oh, sorry, yeah, 481, beg pardon. So we've got Leslie Van Gelder, who is here representing the Climate and Biodiversity Reference Group.
Correct.
Leslie, we're in your hands.
Thank you. I appreciate you hearing me this morning. Unfortunately, we seem to have had a bit of communication snafu, so I was told to be here at 11, but nobody else seemed to have been. So my apologies. And transport is always probably an important subject. Coming down from Glenorchy, it is always an interesting journey, and the subject is never far from, I think, anybody's thoughts in this district. I'm speaking today as the chair of the Climate Reference Group for Queenstown Lakes District, and we're an independent group of experts who were brought together during the, just following the climate emergency declaration in 2019 at Queenstown Lakes District. And our group is made up of 12 experts in a variety of fields, and we are an independent group brought together by the mayor at his behest, but we submit independently of QLDC. So our role is often to provide expert knowledge, information, and to help hold council account. So we like that position that we've been put into. It's actually very helpful. Last year we submitted to the long-term plan as the Climate Reference Group, and we wanted to submit to the transport strategy in particular because this obviously falls into a significant area of work. For us, we're clearly interested in the issue of transport emissions, and 40% of our district's emissions fall in the transport category, not including the airport. We'll leave that to itself. But just in terms of our ground emissions, if you will. And with that in mind, we're aware of the fact that you have been highly constrained by central government. This was not the plan everyone expected to be delivering. We appreciate the challenge of that. So our comments are within that realm. I think we live, I would say, we live in reality, not in aspiration much of the time, but we would like to get to some of our aspirations while we're still on this planet. So probably our biggest concern of the plan that you presented was the absence of a plan for Upper Clutha, where previously there had been interest in developing a public transportation plan for Upper Clutha. In this plan, it's no longer there. We know that the cutbacks obviously don't allow for this expansion, which would have been welcomed, and QLDC was very involved in a pilot study that showed that Upper Clutha would certainly benefit from this. And it ties into our second point, really around equity, because Queenstown Lakes has helped in the creation of lower income housing, particularly in Hawea. So there will be 900 more houses there, and I think the same for Kingston. Without a transport strategy to support that, in the long term, we are looking at more and more cars on the road. And that just seems short-sighted in this moment in time when the growth projections, in particular for Upper Clutha, are so significant that it seems that this is not the time to pull back on a transport strategy. It's the time to step in. So that, I would say, is our largest recommendation, to consider that ratepayer base who don't benefit from the bus system down here. Similarly, speaking from a Glen Orkney perspective, have to say we don't either. And so, while some of the district is covered with the current transport plan, a significant portion of our population is not. And that population is growing. So when you look at Cadrona and the growth there, Hawea, Albertown, this is a significant part of our district and shouldn't be neglected. The other area just to speak of, which I know you're interested in, is the mode shift arena. And I think everyone's always interested in it, but when it comes down to funding, it somehow miraculously goes back into the public sector of, oh, that's what Lightfoot does. And I think we all need to work harder, and I put QLDC's work in that same camp, to say that while NZTA and certainly had interest in supporting and then pulled away again, that we shouldn't step away from that, and we should be looking for more and more novel solutions for all of the areas that make up the Queenstown Lakes District. So those things are important at an equity level. They're important at a how are we actually going to shift transport level, and they've got long-term implications. So we see those as really, really critical. In terms of solutions, because there's no point in coming to you with problems but not offering you any solutions, the two arenas that we saw most strongly, and I would say we say this to QLDC all the time too, so please don't feel that you're the only ones that we're saying this to. The first is to really look for investigative and novel funding solutions. I can speak openly to the new climate and biodiversity plan that we will be sharing with the public. I think it goes live next week, is a plan about partnerships. And Council has gotten very clear on when it's the leader and when it's the supporter. But in both arenas, with very wide open eyes, has started to look to say, how do we partner with business? How do we partner with the nonprofit community? How do we partner much more widely to solve some of these issues, which I think we've historically thought just stay in our own wheelhouses? And collectively, they're too large now. And so looking for some novel funding solutions would be a way forward, especially in the public transport space. Obviously, the city deals or regional deals as they became, looked to these questions and tried to bring together some of the things where could some of the transport solutions come from? Because there's certainly up here plenty of, I guess the term would be industry players who have an interest in all kinds of alternative forms of transport. And it may be that we just all need to work a little bit more closely together to look at those and to take those more seriously. And the second is around community engagement. And, in terms of, I'm going to throw out a thought which may make you all go, oh, please don't say that. But this is a great subject for a citizens' assembly. It's a really good subject for that because the community is at a breaking point around transport, as is well known. I left an hour and a half today for traffic because it is an unknown now as to whether it will take me 45 minutes, which it should, or an hour and a half. And time of day is no predictor anymore. There actually is no predictor as to when or why you will be snarled on the Frankton Road coming here. And so it's become quite a factor. I think, it's a pain point here. And a citizens' assembly might be a way of at least comprehending where the community sits in a solutions space and might point to things that have not been yet considered because wise heads sitting around tables think one set of thoughts, but sometimes the community actually comes up with the better solution. So just raising that as a recommendation, as well as sort of the usual ones around education and probably working more closely with some of the partners that already exist in the district. So a little bit of a closer marriage is probably always the right answer, would be my recommendation. So those are our thoughts. Very open to questions or comments. Since I have the whole room, which I feel I have to say I feel very selfish that I've got you all to myself this morning.
We'll certainly take up the offer with the questions. The comments we'll probably just keep to ourselves. But Kate, do you want to kick things off?
Look, thank you very much. Great thinking. There's a couple of things that I think you've raised Glenorchy and Kingston, I think, as examples that we've left off maps and therefore haven't provided for. So I presume you're thinking that we probably have to have a more granular maps in the so that we can actually say what is and isn't there and think about how it can be used. I love your idea of getting the community together to help, but the comment there is it, and I raised this with a social group in Alex, the idea of getting communities to see examples that are working effectively elsewhere, even if it's on Zoom, that we bring in those ideas and then they can. When you put community transport up there, it can mean a whole lot of different things to different people, and getting people to understand different models before they try and reinvent them sometimes is really helpful and see what works where. So I'm thinking, and it needs resourcing, so that's another issue as well, but is understanding how that would roll out and whether that's the sort of thing that you would see as being helpful to do it with a number of the community members up here.
I think it certainly wouldn't hurt. I would almost recommend like an education roadshow.
Yeah.
If you wanted to take a page from the nonprofits here, the conservation sector very regularly does wide things on different techniques of trapping, and they bring in a few experts, and everybody comes down and has a look and says, "Oh, we could adopt that." And if the same attitude were brought to this subject and said, there are some potential solution scenarios that we've seen in other places, could be possible here. Personally, I would almost pilot that in Wanaka or Glenorchy, in the sense of the places that have no service have bigger issues than the places that have some service. They have different issues. So I would almost separate those two subjects and say, what are scenarios for places that have minimal service? What are scenarios for here where we have a transport system, but it may not have enough routes or enough functionality? They're two very different topics and could be addressed differently. But I completely agree with you that an educated group is a much better one to talk to than one that is a bit pie in the sky. Yeah.
And thank you. And look, thank you for acknowledging the difficulties of the GPS. Not everyone quite understands what the GPS looks like. And that's really helpful. And when NZTA were presenting, we asked the questions of whether that restrains us in the years 3 to 10.
Yeah.
Because I think, and we asked specifically, is this our plan or?
Yeah.
Because it is the target plan. So your aspirations need to come through on that. And the question I'm wondering is it 3 to 10 years that you'd like to see, even us doing some planning for the 3 to 10 years to present it to the next long-term plan? Or are you saying it has to be now?
I think we need sooner. The pain points here, I encourage you all to spend a week where you are on, truly, like, have your accommodation be in Fernhill, and have your meetings be out here. And the reality of just this corridor becomes abundantly real in a way that coming through once in a while doesn't achieve. And so...
I have to appreciate that Alexa does keep us well informed on these matters.
And she rides her bike.
Yes.
And
Yes.
quite frankly, that's a wonderful thing because she lives in Frankton.
Yes.
For those of us who can't ride our bikes down, or it is a health issue for a number of people, and so it does. I was at an event the other night where I think the youngest person in the room was 80, and I was just kind of looking around thinking, gosh, what an amazing group of people. It was an arts thing. And, you know, an extraordinary group of people for whom that transport system is not, you know, no e-bike is actually going to satisfy that group of people.
No, and nor at night.
No,
yeah,
and
yeah.
so
Yep.
having that personal reality, I think, brings to the fore the tension point here and the impact it probably will have on tourism. It already has had it, but really on quality of life here.
Yep.
And the spillover of that, of potential lack of opportunities because people are kind of caught up in the rage over it. I'm originally from New York. I mean, this is still not traffic by my estimations are very, very different as to what is traffic. But the understanding of there's so many different factors currently that we're looking at, and particularly around our climate change environment. So our destination management plan has boldly said that we will, the tourism industry will be carbon zero by 2030. And when I said to the fellow who's responsible for that piece of work the other day, you have 4.5 years, my friend, where are we in that? You know, and having sat in traffic to get to that meeting, thinking, I'm glad at least, you know, my vehicle is not contributing completely to this scenario. I think we're enmeshed in the moment in time when we do need to take action. So I think waiting to the end of the next, you know, when's the next period? We're not going to be out of crisis for some time. And so I think we have to be honest to, from within this crisis, where do we find our partners? Where do we find our solutions? Where do we take action? So that would be my...
And taking it further, I suppose, even if we have a costing for some of that planning work, that we can then aspirationally talk to the community about them. That's, so getting that work up front so we understand where we're going and seeing what the real hurdles are to that.
And it may be, I mean, and I don't know this, but it may be that a targeted rate in this district where people say, if you promise to relieve this pressure and give me back the half hour I lost this morning, that is worth X amount to me daily. And it may turn out that the district says, we will pay for that because we understand what it would mean to have functioning public transport or more routes or, you know, whatever the case may be. I would suspect we are close enough to the point of pain where novel solutions might be possible in a way that they may not have been a few years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talking about novel solutions, and you know, Queenstown is different. And I have to commend some of the tourist businesses that run buses and do a fabulous job doing that and minimising the traffic because of that. Is there, and I presume it would be through community consultation you get there, is there a place for some of those businesses to fill their buses with?
Possibly. I think...
Have there any discussions happened at your group?
I don't know. Not that's too granular for us.
Okay.
But I think we're in an era where opportunities present themselves all over the place, truthfully. And I think the tourism sector in particular is mature enough, interested enough in that climate change conversation. The last few years have done a good job on that. I mean, the Electrify Queenstown conference that's 2 weeks from now, extraordinary, and it's really being driven by the tourism industry. And the cast of characters coming to speak is exceptional, you know, looking at that. But they have all been talking to each other, and they all need to lead in this space. So being approached, I think, with humility, this would be my recommendation, to say, hey, we know we have a problem, and we know you guys may have some solutioning. Could we think about this together? What could be some solutions that are wins for everybody? I think it would do a world of good. So I highly recommend, I will always advocate for conversation, open conversation and attempts to say, how do we solve these things more intelligently?
Thank you. Elliot?
It's actually, Kate's actually covered the two questions I had, thanks. But, thanks for sharing your insights and presenting to us. Kia ora.
Leslie, when you talk about the Upper Clutha
Yeah.
Issues with lack of public transport, do you think it's more of a demand, the Wanaka links with Luggett and Hawea rather than the Wanaka links with Queenstown? Is it more of a...
I actually think it's both.
Right.
To be perfectly honest, the solutions may be very different, and I think that's the thing that's why going back to that study that they did would be worthwhile, because I'm pretty sure that the study was within the Upper Clutha. So that was the question of, getting people from Hawea into town, getting people from Cardrona into town. I think they're two fundamentally different questions. There are a tremendous number of people, though, who are going back and forth over the hill for work. And truthfully, because ORC can ask this question, which cannot be asked by QLDC, is can Cromwell be triangulated into this conversation? Because the reality is that is the golden triangle and possibly the golden traffic triangle. So that's the other place if you want to go stay in Gibbston and try to make it into town in under an hour and a half, first thing in the morning. Almost impossible. Or it's even better, stay at Shotover Country and try to turn left. It is spectacular to witness. So in terms of all of that movement, everything that's coming from that direction is still funneling in the same way. And so many workers have moved to Cromwell. So there's a huge Cromwell population. So if you're thinking linking the big hubs or even linking by distance, those might be big questions. And that might also include Kingston and Glenorchy. And then when you've got sort of your, within your own ecosystem, those might be a different set of transport questions. And I would approach them that way.
Thank you. I'll just check with... Oh, sorry, did you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, sorry, apologies. We often look at the tools that we've got in our toolbox,
Yeah.
and the government's indicated they're interested in different toolboxes, and one of them is congestion charging.
Yeah,
And I think most people think about that just being around Queenstown.
yeah.
And the question I have for you, if we were going to drive something, would it be that we'd be saying that's from Cromwell to Queenstown and therefore could fund or potentially improve the options by putting a transport
Yeah.
option in? Sometimes one by itself doesn't work, but if you put
No.
a transport in there plus a congestion charge, that may tip you into, and both fund
Yeah.
the alternative. And so that's a discussion we need
I think
to
that's
have.
a worthwhile discussion. In places where there's an opportunity for that, I don't think it's foolish, as long as there would be the alternative. As a Glenorchy person, people often float these ideas. We have no alternative. I have to drive down here. Other than taking a boat down, I think, which I've heard that one mooted, which I quite like that idea. There is no way.
It's a return trip with a wine is great.
Yeah. So some of these things are just kind of interesting, or even a park and ride system.
Yeah.
There's plenty of places in the world that have perfected the park and ride so that you're taking people off the heavy piece of the road with a very well-used bus service, but that all the people who are pulling from the outer places have a spot. So, that's not a bad situation either, so that, unfortunately, now that Frankton has become the hub, which it probably was never intended to be, it's created so many stressors for everybody to get to the one place where you can buy groceries. So it really has caused, accidentally, or the market provided, for a really interesting situation that we now have to solve at the transport level and all these other levels, I think.
Look, you've used Glenorchy as an example, and
Yeah.
understandably a number of times. I'm just wondering, is there, again, seasonality is an interesting thing with Glenorchy.
Yeah.
You've got a seasonal absolute demand
Yeah.
where the road is full of tourists, and then I think less so in winter.
Yeah.
But developing a system that works, that may not be as often in winter, but still works for the community may be an option. And you see a seasonality as part of that solution potentially?
I do. I actually see alternative solutions. So if you take, sorry, I spend way too much time thinking about this, but if the 1
You've
mile...
got many hours to think about it driving.
I do. If the 1 mile were an actual park and ride, so you could have a fleet of electric vehicles that people could rent by the hour or half day. So it's a non-emissions issue, and there are vehicles parked on either end of that. And then you connect it into the public transport system. When you're down this end, you could then go do your groceries or whatever else you needed to do. Presumably, you wouldn't have to do 2 weeks' worth of groceries every time, which is why people have to drive to Frankton. But if there's other options, or if those vehicles, the buses allowed for people to fill up their groceries into them, so we had different ways of doing that. The idea of an electric car fleet is a much easier option for places like Glenorchy or possibly Luggett, where you don't have a huge population, and you could probably link it to one of the tourism car rental providers and say, we will give you a license to be a tourism provider, however, you must give 10 vehicles that service our outlying communities. It may serve equally for Makarora, would be the other one I would think of, who falls into the same category as us of, far enough away for trouble. So, that's just a random, I've often thought that is an easy solution to the transport problem that probably could have a for-profit arm that would pay for the social enterprise half of it.
Thanks very much. I'll just check with Robin and Jack whether there's any questions or comments.
No questions, but really appreciate your submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Leslie. Enjoy
Thank you so
enjoy
much.
the rest of your day. You're welcome to stay for a period, but I know you're a busy lady and you've got things to do.
Thank you, and I really appreciate you hearing me this morning. So, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. So I wonder then we move... Oh, sorry. Question. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Elliot. I wonder, Robin, whether we move to the memo that you've received in the last, 24 hours or so from the annual plan team to A, introduce it, and B, give us your thoughts around the opportunity for the panel to discuss it.
Yep, sure. So firstly, just introducing a memo from the annual plan submission. So this is to inform the Regional Public Transport Hearings Committee on the transport-related public feedback received through the Otago Regional Council's draft annual plan. There were, 51 submissions on the annual plan, of which 65% of them related to transport services, policies or transport funding. And as a result of that, the service requests and policy recommendations were reviewed by staff. Managers have not recommended any changes to draft annual plan budgets or associated work programs for 2025 to 2026 as a result of the feedback received.
You'll circulate that to us.
Yes, so I've circulated it to Caitlin, who's
Yep,
going to forward
and
it to
Caitlin
the
will
panel,
flip.
and the submissions are attached as well.
Awesome. Question, queries?
Look,
Kate.
reviewing the responses from staff today, there are a number of submissions in here that I had question mark annual plan, because equally some of these submissions could be going to annual plan. And just checking if that similar...
Yes, so I have shared our hearings panel report now with the annual plan, to go to the annual plan hearings.
The submissions though, as well?
No, not the submissions as yet, no.
Yeah. So that's really something we may do this afternoon. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. We can work through what we need to do with that. And then, obviously, once we've had our deliberations and made some recommendations, we'll be sharing that with the annual plan deliberations team as well.
Good.
Yeah. It's tricky because of the timing. And so, yeah, and I'm not 100% sure of the process, but we've just got to make sure that, I guess, everyone has as much information as possible.
Can I just clarify, when you say sharing the submissions with the annual plan team, the submissions from this process, the annual plan team, are you referring to the condensed summary from staff? I didn't know. Is that what you meant?
No, there's some things in here.
Sorry. Yeah, the ones that
What-
relate to financial.
Yes. Yeah, have we sent those on? Because some of them
Sorry,
would have
yeah.
been better, or in part, better dealt with as an annual plan submission.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think the next session, well,
Yeah, we'll
when
do
we
that
work
sometime,
through
that's
this, I
fine.
think we'll pick up on
Yeah, that's
exactly
fine.
that point, yeah. So we will somehow identify the submissions that have a financial impact, I suppose.
Yeah.
And you will do the same as what annual plan have just done.
Likewise, we identified submissions in the annual plan which we thought would perhaps better sit in the regional public transport
Yep.
plan.
Yep.
I understand we can't move them from one to the other, so I think it's just a matter of making sure the communication and the community's feedback is received under both annual plan and regional public transport plan.
It may need a decision from here to recommend them to the annual plan process, I suppose.
Possibly,
Potentially we
yeah.
could do that, and that would tie it all together.
Cool.
Sorry.
Elliot, any queries on the memo? No. Annual plan team? Okay. So we can now move to the hearings report, and this is an opportunity for us to provide some feedback on the report, and I suggest we just work through page by page. I know the first 2 or 3 pages are sort of introduction and stating the facts about the framework we work in, but anyway, any queries or questions from the team on page 3? So we've all got our latest copy.
I think it's black
Yep.
up here. Yeah.
Yep. This is the copy that we.
So I'm just trying to find my letter. Did we send an email about this to staff highlighting questions? Yeah.
Yes, we did.
You.
But I think this is probably more focused. They were
I went through
broader
this
questions,
and
but
answered
some of them
questions. Yeah.
link, obviously. Yeah. No, for sure.
Yeah.
So all good on page 3.
Yep.
Page 4. Page 5.
Oh, sorry.
4.
I'm going to ask this here. It's a question, alternatively, I can ask this afternoon. But when you talk about community transport, research and develop a community transport program to support non-profit, volunteer-led transport services in Otago small towns, and that's in there. The question in my mind is how that was going to be done and when. And in all of the responses, that isn't clear, and it's slightly disconnect, and it does relate to the annual plan this year about resourcing, because we've certainly got submissions, resourcing good planning. Have you got any clarity in your minds that, or is that something we have to make a decision on?
We've started to do some thinking around what the next steps might be, but we have no clarity or direction in terms of spending resource on it and time invested in it.
Yes, so it is a program of work to answer some of these questions. We've seen some good early work on it from Daniel and Laura.
Yeah.
So there's some work circulating. There's obviously some tough questions with community transport and the various ambitions we put on it. But there is work progressing. I don't think those questions can be answered in this plan because they're complicated questions, and I don't think you can particularly.
Absolutely, but I think that this panel could be in a position to make some recommendations and understand both participation at the early stage of the community and that, and what we can do to assist them, and then understanding the finances. So the clarity that I think the community want to see is, when is the work program to deliver this? Should we be putting more money in this year so that we can, and that's the level that I know it's detail, but it's sort of important detail in the process.
I agree. I think it would be really helpful to get some advice on the scope of what you see community transport looking like, and then we can obviously provide advice and support. But getting a real clear signal from you guys as to where and how, and I guess the geographical stuff in particular. Because community transport could apply in many regions, through this plan, but, you know, do we start in one place or do we look at a model, you know, like some direction around where you'd like to see it beginning, and would be really helpful. We've obviously got a lot of good examples quite close with really good community transport programs run by Environment Canterbury, and they go as far south as Kurau, so even into the Waitaki district. So there's also some really good work in the Waikato that we can draw off as well.
Okay, I mean,
And we've been talking to staff already around that, so it's really just getting that, where do we start?
I mean, I had a similar question in that list we flicked through, and just following up on this, understanding timing, as you say, Kate, but also understanding sort of the process. It'd be really good to be able to share with the wider community, say if there's a timeline of, I don't know, 2 years or whatever it might be, but what we require to do, you know, a business case or blah, 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 and obviously preparation for a budget, etc.
We're in the process of preparing some slides that we were going to use on Monday for deliberations.
Okay.
And the community transport, we've got some in there which just show what we perceive as maybe the first steps, just to give you some ideas.
Excellent.
So that might be the best way to continue that discussion.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's what I was going to ask. Make sure we can switch on and off this, just so we can.
If we're asking something that you don't want to answer today, please feel free to come back to us. And that's absolutely what Monday's for.
In terms of that process and just some of the questions you've got, obviously we haven't had that much time since Tuesday and Wednesday. We've been pretty busy. So there's a lot that we've discussed, and we're halfway to answering, but we probably want a bit more certainty on a few of them before we really dive in really hard on them. So that might, we'll try and develop a bit more for Monday as well.
But I think broadly, ECAN have got a good model. If you're able to share, this is what it looks like, you know, in the up the road in ECAN.
Absolutely.
Anything like that will just probably help to put our minds at ease, just to understand what we'll be looking at going forward. Okay.
Yep.
Good. In that same box, anything under land use policy? We're all good there?
I'm fine to page
Okay.
9.
Good goal. Right. So move on to the next page 5. We're all good?
I wonder if you can go by the section numbers.
Oh, okay.
3.1 and so on can be quite
good
helpful in this.
Okay. No, righto. So on page 5, 3.1, early engagement. 3.2, early engagement.
General feedback for the whole engagement section, just that it's been incredible this time around. I think, you know, as we've seen in the numbers, for how many submissions we got, but also the quality of the submissions that we got, really informed submissions who clearly read the submission material and gave feedback that it was really easy to read and really well written and clear and lots of diagrams and stuff like that. And the fact that we went out into the community, those drop-in sessions, those sections, people just walk in off the street and chatting, and even having those reflected as submissions was really, really impressive. So I think both the community and, well, myself as a panellist, I'm sure the panellists can speak themselves, but really, really impressed with the engagement to get to hear.
Absolutely concur, and I think it was such a solid foundation to build into the actual formal consultation process, the surveys, focus groups, all that stuff. So you had a good understanding of what the key issues were before you pretty much put pen to paper to develop the final draft. Okay, 3.2, public consultation. All good? Yeah, no, good go. So we're page 6. So this is contacting key stakeholders, public drop-in session. Probably covers all your comments there. Advertising campaign, the library. All comfortable there? Page 6. Right. Page 7. Overall submissions. There's just a tweak in the number, obviously, since the so 549. So overview of submissions. Any comments there? All good? Okay, 4.1, submitter demographics. We're good? Yep. Page 8, the pie graphs. Always good to have a pie graph. Moving on to a summary of submissions from key stakeholders. Dunedin City.
It's an unfair question to be putting it to DCC, but when I was reading the document and all of the submissions, it leaves the room, it all talks about 5 to 12, but it doesn't ever talk about 0 to 5, I think. And because we specifically asked about 5 to 12, I understand that, but it's meaning, well, maybe I've missed it somewhere, but we don't talk about the 0 to 5-year-olds as a legitimate, free, NZTA endorsed thing, do we? Or have I missed it somewhere?
I'm not sure if there's anything in the plan documents, but it is in the tables in the plan of the concessions
Okay,
as a 100% concession.
yeah. It's just that it's just the references to children, and I understand why we've done it, but I probably just haven't
In our
cross-referenced.
concession table, we definitely reference 0 to 5-year-olds as free.
Yeah.
So
Can you say, and maybe it's the legislation that I'm...
Yep, so it's in the fair policy section.
Page... And maybe
Page 85 of the plan.
Page what?
85.
Oh.
Fair policy, discounted travel for transport disadvantaged groups, and the first concession is infant under 5, 100% discount free. We don't signal that it's an NZTA mandated.
Yeah, so it's that inconsistency. So I think there's several. Yeah, it's just that understanding the funding streams that get us to those points is important. So that Super Gold card, 100% free and off peak only. It's that isn't NZTA per se. That's through a different allocation. Yep. I think given that slight detail, possibly it's a policy. Who owns that policy? If you had another table, another column...
We could add a column, if you'd like, to the table there and
I think it's helpful to understand that, but again, page 85 is quite a long way back to realise that that's actually something that happens. Yeah. Sometimes we already know things and therefore we don't put them out up front, but I think, I think it's helpful. Apart from anything else, that we advocate and continue to advocate that is a free policy and stays with government. Oh, is it underfunded sources? Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't want to. These are all funded by different policies. So it's who's got which tools, which levers to pull.
Righto. Yes.
So that's it's a different funding, not NZTA.
Just in response to that, and just discussing a few different aspects of the plan. One related area of the plan is the total mobility section, where we talk about the funding sources of total mobility, and we took the attitude of it's probably not particularly relevant to over-explain the difference between Crown funding and NLTP funding, because it just starts making the whole package look very complicated. When from a customer point of view, it probably doesn't make so much impact. I think there are some comments that still say that these are the funding sources, but there's probably a bit of a balance to be had between the exact explanations from a behind the scenes point of view and versus just saying, hey, this is what the product is.
And that's a really, I don't want to overcomplicate it, but sometimes I don't think people realise that there are different levers and different tools. And I think, and I'm not asking for an answer now, I'm just asking, making sure that we're all on the same page and understand those differences.
And I think Jack makes a really valid point, though, because across the whole document, we are trying to balance this as a public-facing document as well as a document that meets our legislative requirements as a PTA. And obviously there's some topics that become quite complex, and we still want to make it a user-friendly document for our community to engage with. hence why, quite a thought process went into what we appendicised rather than what we put in the body of the document. Likewise, if you feel that we need more explanation, I think it's still possible, but just, I guess, being mindful of balancing the needs and audiences of the document.
Yeah. That's fair.
Okay.
I guess we can reflect more on that on Monday. Yeah.
Fair enough. Re-DCC, I would love to see the result of the loop bus investigation whenever it was done 3, 4, 5 years ago, just the conclusion or some wording around that would be good.
We have a copy of that report. Would that be helpful to share with you ahead of deliberations?
It's really just the conclusions. I just couldn't quite remember
Yeah.
but it was fairly clear that it
Yes.
wasn't
Yes.
a
And
goer with an existing system. It would have quite a detrimental impact.
I think the key thing we need to focus on with that is what is the problem it's trying to solve over and above what our existing services already do.
When I asked the Mayor about George Street, there's a reason why you want a small bus going around and it has George Street caused, is a justification to keep trying to push for that. But the evidence shows that it doesn't stack up. So anyway, no, cool. Anything else under DCC? The only other one I had was to the holistic sort of review. I think that once again we are doing stuff on we're evolving the PT services.
Just some clarification on that.
Should we try and move this one to Monday as much?
Well, yeah, we've got some good suggestions for that for
Okay.
Monday, but just a point to focus on the written submission, which the definition of the network review is slightly different than what it was presented by at the hearings that were submitted. Yep.
Cool, perfect. Anything else, DCC? Elliot? Okay, you good? Yep. Clutha District Council? No? Waitaki District Council?
My question here is, don't want to fight, maybe it's slightly in deliberations, is what I probably didn't understand completely, and it's in a number of submissions from these councils and Ministry of Education and also St John's, who we're going to hear from later, is actually understanding what the services are that are already in there that aren't ORC services, and whether they be medical or school, because I think if we're not, the only analogy I'm going to give is the Regional Land Transport Plan, which we put in a lot of stuff that isn't roading, it's cycleways and stuff, in order that we can understand where the missing gaps are and understand the demand on the roading network. In some ways here, if we're going to be planning for bus services, if they align with, we need to know if they align with or are contrary to existing services, because then if we put them in, then we may open a Pandora's box with the Ministry of Education, or we may compromise other community services that have already been provided. And it is at that level. I'm presuming you may say, well, that's too granular, we don't want to do that in this because it changes, and we all understand that changes. But if we're planning forward, we actually should understand the base services already. It sort of talks to these submissions but doesn't. And it's about deliberations. I'm not quite sure if I needed an answer, or your nodding heads sort of give you...
I think key to any decision making is in understanding our environment and what we're working in, and engaging with our communities in particular, and community transport in particular. Is we know there's a lot of great community-based work in the transport sector that's happening. So how do we complement that rather than necessarily duplicating it?
Yeah.
But I think also the community has told us, from particularly the Waitaki district, that there is a real lack of options between Oamaru and Dunedin, especially for healthcare appointments, and perhaps that what does exist is very much bare bones. And
Yeah.
I'm not asking for this to be provided, but is there anywhere we could track down existing community transport services that are currently, because I assume most of them have a licence, is there somewhere that we could find that information without creating any work for ourselves. Just a thought, don't need an answer at the moment.
We're certainly aware of a small collection of community transport services, and that there's a wider, that might be wider than we think. In terms of registers of them, exempt public transport services is a wide definition, and there are some what we call exempt public transport services that don't have to be registered, particularly in the small vehicle space, and certain categories do have to be registered, and we maintain a register, which is usually more your intercity, larger bus sort of things. There's various categories in law, so we would have some of that, but we wouldn't necessarily have a full view of the environment.
Yeah, I suppose as we move down towards that pathway, we will be looking for, through a business case or whatever, what is existing part of that process.
And that was definitely already signalled that our next step with the Oamaru to Dunedin was to investigate that further. That's what that money was being set aside for. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, we some of that previous work we've done already has a list of a small set of existing sort of services that would be a starting point for a lot of that work. So we do have some of that. Might be a bit need more development, but there's stuff there.
Cool. Okay, Queenstown Lakes District Council. All good? NZTA?
Wait till we get to the staff response, I guess.
Okay, no. Oh, yep, no, good, good.
Yep.
Ministry of Education?
So on that, going further into that question, do you have a clear map of where those services are? And the ones that I'm actually interested in are Outram.
I'm not sure about a clear map at this stage, but that's certainly a logical thing to look at, I guess. I've not been involved. I don't think we've been involved so much in the depth of that work. So, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's obviously, because there's some at risk, get that, and then there's some that if we did something would be at risk, and then others that may be opportunities. And I'm really, it depends what NZTA say about that being private funding is and getting,
Would it be helpful to understand more, I guess, the eligibility criteria for, the MOE services?
I think I do understand those. I think the other issue there is that risk. It's a moving feast that they're providing services in some areas, but changing the rules on how they're providing it. So 2 people, they will, under 2 they won't, and distances and everything.
Yeah.
And that in some peri-rural areas are becoming pretty difficult for any certainty because they do change.
Yeah. On Monday, I potentially can show some of the maps from the ministry website. They can be a little bit out of date, so sometimes I'm not, but you can get this little picture of how they weave around and do funny little things. Yeah, so I can show some of that briefly on Monday, I think.
Thank you. University of Otago? No. Moving on to the next page, key topics, 6.1, focus areas. Then the summary of submissions. And our staff, all good. Staff response to submissions.
I put a question on my list and it's before page 14, so I don't know where I got it from.
Yeah.
So I'm presuming it may be about here. When we talk about exempt services, and thank you for your explanation before, Jack, about some services don't require an exemption, so that's the small minibuses size, I think.
they're exempt in law, but not on any list.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I think it would, just to understand, I just want to make sure that I understand exempt services and what they look like and how many of them actually run currently. Can you give us a quick idea? Or was that...
I
No? Again, it's the sort of thing that I would almost have mapped in hindsight, but...
So there's exempt integral service listed there, but that's obviously not a full picture. So we have, if you look at the table at the end we've noted a few of what is a new category under legislation, which is exempt integral services, and these are services that we specifically identify as strategically important. So the ones that we've included in there are things like intercity services.
Yep.
and similar. So those are sort of the most significant exempt services from a strategic perspective. Then there'll be a wider set of categories, often with smaller vehicles. This could be things like airport shuttles. It could be more private operations. They're starting to blur the line between private coaches and public transport. Things like the ferries out on the Otago Peninsula.
And school
Yeah.
bus run, the private school bus runs?
And a private school bus run would be exempt. Ministry of Education school services are in a different category, which is excluded.
Okay, yeah.
For what it's worth, I'm not sure those technicalities are so important, but that's the category. It's integral contracted, integral exempt, a wider exempt category, and then an excluded category, which would also include things like coach tours, which aren't public transport at all because they're a private arrangement.
Yeah.
So it's bus and coach, but it's not public transport in any way.
And so the reason I'm asking these questions is that I through the submissions, people don't have clarity about that.
Yeah.
And are often asking us to change things that we have no, again, levers. And I think this idea of there being where we can change things and where we can't is that clarity.
Yeah.
But also, as an advocacy, which I think we've been challenged to do, is to get a better system generally,
Yeah.
and where we can ask for maybe more tools in our toolbox to do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Financial considerations, we're obviously going to flesh that out a bit more on Monday. Staff recommendations. And as we work our way through, obviously these are amendments to various statements, I suppose, in the document. So thank you for incorporating, some of the themes that have come through into the language that recognises this process. So I'm grateful for that. So we're comfortable with that first one? Looks pretty good to me.
Yes, I personally wasn't sure the word useful there, but I haven't come up with something better either.
Provide useful, and, yeah, right, okay.
But that, I'm not sure there was any submission that actually went to that point. It was, well, I think it was one, but yeah, that word useful was the one that...
Yeah, this came up in developing the plan a couple of times as well, and we still think the word useful is important. What we did then add is like a definition of what we pertain to be useful, as in the service that take passengers where they want to go in a reliable and punctual way. So there's just a couple of key, we've used within the objective, so to outline what we believe are the key terms to that objective and how we've defined them. I think just allows us to put a few more words in without putting a few more words in, and it's still the word useful, and I mean, one of the submitters talked about it, wasn't it, that being least convenient or,
Fair enough. Moving on to the page 14, just working down in that under staff recommendations, just working down from the top. Once again, another tweak to environmental sustainability objective statement. Invest in a public transport system that reduces reliance on private vehicles, promotes positive environmental outcomes and supports sustainable urban planning and development. All encompassing.
reliance comes from people are dependent because there is no choice. Reliance often comes when you've got choices and you still choose be a car, whereas dependency is because there is nothing else. And that's just in my mind, but yeah, it's semantics, I appreciate that. It's just why I provided a comment to the staff earlier about whether it's actual dependency.
I'm very relaxed about it.
Yeah,
Dependency in my mind is a bit stronger than reliance. That makes it probably a little bit clearer in my mind. But Elliot, did you have any thoughts? Comfortable either way? Right? How relaxed or unrelaxed are you to have dependency there instead of reliance?
We're relaxed on that one.
Dependency.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're probably synonyms if we looked it up.
Okay.
Particularly, but yeah, I appreciate the point. Yeah.
Dependency it is. Okay. Moving down to paragraph 6.2, community transport. And actually, I've just got to check the time. It's now 12:31. I just wonder, we probably should... We can
answer my question on that already. I've put it out.
Okay. We can go for another 10 minutes or quarter of an hour if we wish.
Staff, no. Oh, you're going to 1:30, aren't we?
Yep.
Yeah, you go for it.
My personal opinion, we just do another quarter of an hour. That's just my gut feel. How about...
Could we just clarify, was that reduces dependency or dependence on private vehicles?
Dependency.
Dependency.
It was reliance.
Yeah.
It would be dependence on dependency. I think both work grammatically.
Okay.
leave it in your capable hands.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
We suggest we just do another quarter of an hour and then break for lunch. It's okay. So community transport. Very good. No comments? Question? No. Oh, good. Okay.
Yep.
We're all good. Right, moving on. Happy with the staff response, happy with financial considerations. Moving at this, I'm now on the bottom of page 15, staff recommendations. Blah, blah, blah. So moving on to 6.3, base fare increase. Kate.
A lot of the submissions have concerned, if we did put it up, that there'd be a reduction in patronage. And if we were to put it up, and I appreciate there's several steps to that, it's just understanding how we're going to track the effects of it, because I think that it's a really important point that we do have to inform, and Tauranga was given an example as where it didn't happen, and understanding those sweet spots of making sure that we don't change behaviour, because we're really pleased with where the community are going with this. So can I suppose I wanted to ensure that we do understand what happens and how that was going to be monitored. And it may not be, I think it's because it's submitted on that I just thought it'd be good to touch on that as a response. And maybe that's something for next week rather than in your staff report. Sorry, yeah.
100%. Okay.
You seem relieved.
Righto. So summary of submissions, staff response, financial considerations. I'm now at the bottom of page 17. Then top of page 18, where the conclusion is there is a strong case for a $2.50 fare. There's a good balance between generating revenue and maintaining affordability.
I was just wondering about the staff recommendation of increasing that in the next 6 months, but also around, there was mention there of fare capping as something that could be tied to an increase. Just wondering about the practicalities of, because I think fare capping has often been cited as a potential thing to implement when we get more to move, but obviously that's not in the next 6 months. Is there any, what do you think about the practicalities of that? Is it possible to tie those two?
I'm not sure I could comment on the practicalities of implementing fare capping as a short-term thing. In general, the intent in the recommendations was that structural changes would take a little bit longer. That was mostly the zonal sort of stuff. That's likely what would happen. I'm not sure it would be possible. It's certainly perfectly possible within the technology, but whether we'd want to in terms of, I suspect the recommendation would be to do fare capping with wider structural changes rather than with a fare increase. But yeah, okay.
I think the key point is we do have fare capping as one of our potential mechanisms within our fare structure policy.
Yeah.
So I think for the purpose of this document, it is there. We are able to do it. We've flagged it with the community. I guess the operational side we can consider beyond this.
But that's a decision that we're not intending to make through the RPTP, but we could.
Absolutely, you guys can. Yeah. Again, that's a little bit of crossover with the annual plan, and the RPTP wouldn't normally deal with the fare changes per se. So yeah, that would be a council decision through the annual plan process normally.
Cool. Thanks.
Okay, excuse me. Comfortable? Moving on to 6.4, zone fare structure. Should we charge more for longer trips? Summary of submissions. Staff response. Financial considerations and staff recommendations. So once again, there's at this point, it's no decision, but potentially further down the track, it's something that we'll do some more work on, basically. Yep.
So can I just understand, if we accepted your recommendations here, what would be in the plan on the page with the maps at the moment? I'm just making sure that we're all on the same page on this one.
Yeah, so in the fare structure policy on page 84, we talk about the elements that our fare structure could include, and we've got a distance structure listed there.
Yeah.
The trips operating under a zonal structure, and we've just put our proposed zones are outlined in attachment 1.
So
The question, I think that's fine.
the zone maps in there.
Yeah, they are very lists.
Which we, yeah.
Yeah.
We, probably worth shifting the detail of that discussion to Monday, just on a waiting to hear all submissions basis, I'd say.
I thank you. I didn't want to make the decision here. I just wasn't. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. It might make more sense. I just didn't quite understand what that looked like, because it's a structural thing in the plan.
Okay.
What is in and what is out. And the clarity of what's in the annual plan or the long-term plan as well.
Yeah.
In the past, these maps have been in the long-term plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else there under zone fare structure? If not, we go to fare concessions.
So can I?
Yep.
On day one, and we had a discussion before we started earlier, and the difference between fare concessions, which is one thing, and you just talked about fare capping, but that is a type of fare concession, is it, or not? Because that's where they muddy the water slightly. Yeah, because that concession, I'm old enough to remember the days where we got concession passes to things like Moanapō and buses, and they were prepaid but at a lower fee, which is quite different from a concession here. And I think some people where fare capping is possibly the concession.
Yeah.
A retroactive
high
use concession or something.
Yeah.
It probably is. In terms of the meaning we've got here, a concession is a discount off the full fare.
Yes.
Whether that makes sense with where the word concession is used elsewhere, I'm unsure. It's a good question.
I think it's more than semantics, and we just need to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The financial implications. It was interesting talking to the to the NZTA about this. Will we have any clarity about the financial implications between 40, 50 or 60% concessions? I don't want to put you to a lot of work, but I'm not sure what that looks like in this space.
We definitely need to do some more work on that one.
Yeah.
What we'll try and ascertain before Monday is certainly the magnitude and difference between what we're saying versus what NZTA, and get some clarity around those assumptions, those figures. I'm not sure that we'll be able to have the exact financial implications before Monday in terms of 50, 60,
Yeah, and the only other one that comes, I think, under this is the free fares still being ticketed. And it's especially the 0 to 5s. And it was an interesting couple of submissions saying they should have cards so you're getting the data.
Yes.
Because
Yes, absolutely. Data is a big thing, and not necessarily just the 0 to 5s, but I think it's really important that we track.
We should still be getting the data because the bus drivers have a button. Some of the concerns in the submission were also just about the position of young people and interacting with more in the 5 to 12 category, obviously, and interacting with adults, and appreciating that they are actually going through a process, rather than just running on the bus past the driver and ignoring them. Is I think a few.
There were several ranges of concerns, but it was an interesting one to be getting data that I hadn't never thought about. Because
Also, the taking on and taking off and understanding, trip lengths, and that's really important for us.
Kate's already raised the questions I posed earlier around those discrepancies between NZTA and our numbers for the retaining free fares, but not regardless of the numbers, but whatever the numbers sort of actually are, I was just wondering about the staff response that the recommendation, given that I think the wording was the risks that free fares would impose on ORC's co-funding from NZTA.
Yeah, so we'll give you some more. We're going to step you through a few things on Monday. We're just thinking about how we present that, but those key risks, and I think it's the risks that are quite large when we think about them holistically to the organisation.
So just be good to
absolutely.
be able to figure out what those...
We'll prepare some information for Monday that gives a good overview of some of those risks and how they interact.
Perfect. And then also with the standardising the concessions for youth, we had a few people querying, I guess, why it was 40% rather than 50% that we were standardising it to, especially when our other concessions are 50%. I guess that wasn't, I didn't know any mention of that in the staff response, so just seeing if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I took a quick look at the numbers. I think Gary Maloney for NZTA also gave a bit of a response, which was broadly correct. I think 50% concession is common, but there's a lot of exceptions around the country as well, and probably the largest number of people in the country are of that age group are using a 40% concession, because that's the Auckland concession. So it is on a council by council level, the 50% is common. On a customer experience across the country, the 40% is probably actually the most common in the country. So it's certainly not unprecedented.
I think the other thing, the key thing for me is 40% made, if we went to $2.50, it became $1.50 for children. So just also thinking about the simplicity of the number. Whereas like ECAM, for example, are going to $3 and then their child will be $1.50 and it's a 50%. So, as opposed to, I don't know, do we want to go to $1.25 or, I think that the simplicity of the number and the value is also something to think about, rather than necessarily the percent.
Cashless
I guess
society,
But then also people do think about, there's 3 trips, that's going to be, you know, like $4 or whatever. It's, as opposed to if it's $1.22 and then, you know, like $2. It's just that little bit of more thinking that you have to do. Yeah.
So the round number and lots of kids in Auckland are paying 40% are the sort of two main reasons there. Yeah.
Yeah. And we were 40% for our Queenstown, so it was 25% discount for a Queenstown, but it was $1.50.
Yeah.
So it was the lining up of that, I think, was where we were aiming in terms of that consistency across the two networks. Yeah.
Cool.
So it's a reduction in percentage discount for Queenstown.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
But the same.
But the same value, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. But an increase, and how much of an increase would that be for Dunedin under 18? So
Going from 120 to 150.
yeah, so 30 cents. Okay. Cool. Thanks.
So does that sort of finish off the fare concessions? Yep. So we've only just got paragraph 7, common feedback themes, and 7.1, network design and levels of service. Any comments there? Kate? I suggest we stop here. It's now 12:45 and we adjourn for lunch and reconvene at 1:30. We stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the Otago Regional Public Transport Plan hearing for the afternoon session. And first up, we have Amanda Robinson, submitter number 542. If you'd like to grab a seat, Amanda, you're here representing the Lightfoot Initiative.
Oh, we're doing Julie. Oh. Yes, Julie Taberner. Oh. Oh.
Oh, sorry, I was working off the wrong one. It's all good. Amanda, we're in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Perfect.
Kia ora, thank you everybody, councillors, thank you for having me here today. I'm unsure if you know much about the Lightfoot Initiative. We're an active travel charity based in Queenstown, focusing on changing behaviours across the Queenstown Lakes District. So just like you guys, we're people that work full time, but we now have quite a large staff, having been operating for about 4.5 years. So we've now grown into having a crew of about 10 employees actually, who are working in that space for us, which is really great. And what that does, it speaks to the fact that at the moment there is a real focus and a need and a desire for some changes in how we use transport. So most specifically, with regards to public transport, we made our submission. We assume it's taken as read, so I won't necessarily talk to that. But what I am here to do today is to urge you to take bold action. So that's the phrase that we've adopted for our vision to 2035. And I am saying to you that now is the time to seize the day, carpe diem, let's make things happen, and start thinking more broadly beyond buses. I'm aware that your CE had a fantastic trip overseas recently to look at some other options to do with public transport in terms of moving people really rapidly in a confined geographical space like Queenstown, with the work that's being done with the Queenstown Cable Car and Southern Infrastructure Group. And we strongly support that initiative from their part. We're aware that there is movement happening in the ferry space, and again, that is an area that we think needs further investment and development from the Otago Regional Council. However, the primary point that I would like to make today, rather than just supporting those other initiatives, is to really think carefully about how we are moving school children. That's one of my key points, is that we know that there is, your very capable and able transport team are trying to come up with some great solutions for that. There are wraparound services that need to take place to make parents want to put their children on those public buses, and that's something that needs to be considered by ORC, along with things like changes to the schedule and capacity. So they're considerations that must be taken into account. One of the other things we know is that there's a huge amount of growth happening right now, and that the services we currently have don't speak to that growth. The plans suggested in the regional consultation that you've done also, I think, don't address them adequately enough. So more work needs to be done in that space. Now, thinking carefully about what's happening at a regional level, we know that there's a lot of consideration taking place around what's happening in Wanaka and Cromwell and Alex, and to link up those places. But we urge you to consider the development that's happening south of Kingston, because what we do know is that that beautiful green area space, greenfield space out there, I'm talking Athol and Garston and some of those areas, that before we can blink an eye, they will become subdivisions and those people will be heading towards Queenstown. So we need to be thinking with that long lens that it's not just out towards central Otago, that it's reaching south as well. So my question is, what are we going to do about that? And by we, I say we, because this is part of a partnership and we've all got to get this sorted, because frankly, I'm sick of sitting in traffic. And I'm sure if you guys are based here, you would be too. So the final point that I would like to make is that I would like to see more action from ORC. Lightfoot has a membership base of about 1,000 people. So we think we represent quite a large group of people. And what we're all saying is that we're prepared to make more investment in our rates to see increases and improvements in public transport and how it's provided in Queenstown Lakes. So at the moment, I personally, my household pays $100 a year towards transport. Yes, I come from a certain demographic where perhaps that $100 doesn't have a huge impact on me. We think there are a lot of people in Queenstown who would be happy to see that amount actually doubled, which really is still quite a small amount, to see a significant increase in what can be provided. Now, it's still only a drop in the bucket, and we urge you as well to take a stronger, more aggressive, brackets, assertive stance with the government, with Ministry of Transport, with Waka Kotahi, NZTA, and we urge you to think about how the next government policy statement can actually better reflect what is needed. That is the key thing that has to happen, and that's my final point, is that we need to be working better to push that forward instead of looking backwards to what we did in the 20th century. Thank you very much for having me today. It's always a pleasure, and thank you for the work that you're doing for the community as well. We really appreciate it. Okay,
Thank you very much, Amanda. Maybe some questions before we
Oh,
go. But
certainly.
thank you for
Right.
a very clear and a clear message. And I think the word we need to be bold. You made that pretty clear in your written submission. You reinforced that again today. But I'll just check with some questions. I'll just go to Elliot if there's any questions for Amanda.
Kia ora, Amanda. Thanks for your presentation and the work the Lightfoot Initiative does in the community. So what I sort of gathered there towards the end is that you'd like more advocacy from us to central government in terms of shaping the next GPS to be something that's a bit more supportive of public transport, to say the very least.
Yeah.
But then also that the community is comfortable with ORC in terms of rates supporting increases to levels of service and stuff in the public transport network and extensions of routes and stuff. Given the current funding environment, aside from potentially trying to reshape the next GPS into something better, with this current GPS looking at government co-funding and where they see our priorities and stuff like that, do you think that level of comfort with ratepayers paying a bit more to support more would extend as far as covering the entirety of the cost of new services if government was not to support co-funding because it doesn't align with their priorities? Or is that contingent on that sort of government co-funding?
I think government co-funding is always going to be a reality because public transport systems never operate in a way that the public could fully fund them. That would be my statement. But I think the key thing is that we can't do anything about the current policy statement. It's recognised that a fare increase may need to happen. The key thing is that if that does happen, that needs to come down once changes are made in the future, so it doesn't just stay at a fixed rate. The second thing is that it's essential to temperature check all of this with the public, and more importantly, the way that you sell the vision of what's possible actually with that increased funding. So by showing them actually with a great comms strategy what can be achieved with incremental changes to the funding is really essential, and still having those things built into the system which make it so that lower income people or people, in terms of an equity aspect, that people aren't going to be disadvantaged who genuinely need the support. So there's so many factors to it, which I'd be more than happy to discuss at another time in lots of detail. But independently funding it on our own, I can't see the public ever agreeing to that. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks for that
Yeah.
that clarity there, Amanda. Cheers.
Kate?
Thank you. I appreciate that the funding here is rather difficult because you've got a huge population using potentially bus services who don't pay rates anyway and barely contribute. I mean, yes, staying in a hotel or whatever, or flying in, airports I don't even think are rated potentially well. So the tourists on there aren't paying their rates and contributing to 50% of the funding. So, but it does make me realise you're a charitable trust. We've been asked to do things differently. You know that you've got 1,000 members who are really actively involved in this. If they all gave $100 more, rather than us rating people, the number of submissions we've got saying, and we haven't even opened the annual plan ones yet, saying we can't afford these things. And I appreciate that every community will have the people who are privileged, like you and I probably are, and that some aren't. And putting something that's mandated through rate system is really tough. If we could use a charitable trust and build a partnership where we seek that funding and work actively to prioritise the new routes, so that people actually are vested in that decision-making process as well. Would that be a model that would be sustainable? Or at least would give you the advocacy as a trial to go to the next GPS and say to the government, this is why we need the funding?
Yeah, I think it's a conversation that could certainly be had, and it's a logical conversation that could happen. I think at a micro level, people's ability to pay a bus fare is actually completely fine. And if we're thinking about where that $100 extra in rates is coming from, is that sitting with the property owner? Is it sitting with the people renting the property, considering that there's also a lot of properties that are used for Airbnb and that are rental properties? So it's unpacking that in a lot more detail. In terms of your ability individually as a regional council to advocate with, and to push things with the government, it's quite limited. But if you think about collectively at a national level, the regional councils and the district councils and the pressure that they can put on as a collective unit, working together with the GPS, that's where the power comes into it, with your ability to change direction with things.
Yep.
So that's what I'd be urging you to do in that space. Yeah.
But building a trial that shows that a system can work is a really good...
Absolutely.
And if it can, as long as we monitor it well and look at what the benefits for congestion or whatever it might be, it would be a really interesting model to partner with a charitable trust, because the government wants us to bring in private money.
Yes. Yeah.
And it would, and the advantages of the tax deductibility and everything else that provides, as opposed to rates, is certainly would be a really good way to get businesses investing in it in a better way.
Absolutely. And at the moment we're embarking on a project, a large project, where we're aiming to have 50% of businesses with a travel plan for their staff for commuting by 2028, which is fairly ambitious. Just to clarify, that's businesses with more than 5 employees. So obviously a lot of sole traders in Queenstown and Wanaka. And so that's the thing where we've got to start thinking about how that kind of project could tie in, because obviously use of the bus is a major part of that shift. And so these are all conversations that need to be had. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
You referenced about the growth in Kingston
Yes.
and the future growth, but currently, is there any community transport and from the commercial sector, the private sector currently, or do people who work or need to get to Queenstown on a daily basis or periodically or whatever, essentially carpool, and if they haven't got access to a car, or how does it work at the moment?
Well, that's a great question, Councillor Noon, because we're currently working with the Kingston Community Association to try and organise transport for their seniors. So they were being transported by St John's, but unfortunately that's ended. And so now none of their seniors can make it into Queenstown regularly to get groceries or medicines, prescriptions, and visit the doctor. So that's something we're actually working on behind the scenes. Currently, people drive individually or they carpool, and they're the only options. So a ferry is a great idea, takes the pressure off the road. It doesn't have to be a bus, but there are things that could easily be activated out in that space.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very
Cheers.
much.
Thanks for being here with us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Julie. Julie Taverner? Oh, it's online, of course. Welcome, Julie. You're representing St John's?
That's correct, Hatohano St John, yes.
Yeah, hey, look, thank you very much for being with us today. You can hear us okay?
Loud and clear.
No worries. Well, we're here to listen, so we're in your hands. So just if you'd like to present, that'd be wonderful.
Fabulous. So I represent the community transport part of Hatohano St John. So community transport is volunteer delivered and supported by a small team around all of New Zealand of 15 people, paid people. So currently for community transport for Otago, we've got services in Queenstown that travels through to the Dunedin Hospital. Plus we do, like tomorrow, we're doing a local friendship drive around Queenstown, picking up local vulnerable people in the community, and we're taking them out for coffee, I think tomorrow, somewhere to a cafe, that sort of thing in terms of the community side. And then we're in Cromwell as well, and we transport on the Monday to Friday through from Cromwell to Dunedin. Predominantly the purpose is to go for medical, but we also support with, other things that people might want to do incidentally while they're going, it's obviously quite a large drive. They're in there for a set amount of time. So anything else they might need to do in Dunedin. We're also have now approved, we've been working with Gary Kircher from the Oamaru Mayor. We have secured some funding, and we've managed to, one of our donors, we're going to actually be starting a service in Oamaru that will go through to Dunedin. Once again, predominantly healthcare focused, but we'll also work on that community side as well, potentially weekends, that sort of thing, supporting the vulnerable and the elderly in our communities. So I guess I'm here because community transport sort of, not a lot of people know about it. It is something that's sort of, I guess, quite unknown, as I said. So I guess I saw this as an opportunity to get in front of you in terms of a council and share what we're currently doing, but also that there is quite a significant need. Like we are at the moment, for example, in our Cromwell, we've got a waiting list. We're turning people away. Often with our Queenstown service as well, we're turning people away. We just can't meet the demand that's there. So in terms of my national role, we're in 62 communities around New Zealand. It's fairly similar for across. There's a lot more demand than we can actually meet in regards to community transport. And I guess I wanted to get it on their radar for you in terms of other areas. And it was interesting hearing about Kingston as well. So just really getting that on the radar, like in Waikato where I actually live, although I am a ratepayer in your region as well. But there's a forum that's been set up. The Waikato Regional Council has set that up. So there's actually like 23 providers in Waikato. So and we've now got some real transparency. We've got a voice. So I guess my outcome, or one of the things that I was hoping that we would be able to get on the radar, is actually doing something similar in your region, creating some sort of a forum where all of the community transport providers can have a shared voice, work together where we can and partner. Like, for example, there is in Wanaka a community transport provider, and they'll often bring people to our Cromwell, and then they hop on us, and then we take them through to Dunedin. So just getting that sort of collaboration. But also, I'm sure there's pockets and parts of your communities or our communities down there that there is a need and we just don't yet know about it. So as I said, one of the outcomes for me here would be to hopefully be able to create an awareness or get a transport forum that the regional council would support and perhaps lead out so that we can, get some awareness of what community transport is for the region, and then work collaboratively together to, I guess, identify pockets and prioritise around equity where we may need to focus on. One of the challenges with community transport is that it does tend to have quite a health focus. So I think Health New Zealand also have a part to play in this, but I guess it's about having those conversations and really, really being aware. So I think really for me, that's probably what I wanted to share with you. And I guess any questions that you might have around community transport.
Thanks very much, Julie. I did have a query just from the perspective of, you talked about the massive increase in demand, and are we talking that demand has existed, is it more been in the last year, 18 months, or this has just been building over time simply because of the growth in Central Otago, Queenstown Lakes districts? Is that a fair comment? And clearly you're representing a wider area than that, but in particular, I suppose, a reference around the demand and just how long has that been the case?
Well, I've been in this role for 8 years, and I would say, to your point, it is like the demand as areas have grown, and also an awareness as a transport, because we don't widely promote it in a sense because we know that we're so fully booked. So I think that's just sort of, as people know and hear about us and the communities grow, it's probably both those things really.
Yeah, and I totally agree with your point about the importance of collaboration if we dip our toe into this community transport space, which obviously there's a clear need. The last thing we would want to do is create any duplication or any disadvantage to existing operators and that sort of thing. So yeah, 100%. We need to be on the same page and working collaboratively. Yep. Kate.
Yeah.
Thank you, and I really love your idea of a forum. Thank you, and it's one that's been consistent with a lot of submissions, although perhaps articulated in different ways. Just checking, the service that you provide is essentially, or a lot of people see it as medical, and I'm just wanting to unpick the problems, so two parts of that. It requires volunteers, and I just want to understand how difficult that is and how to get the consistency right through, especially in winter seasons down here, people prepared to do that and able to do it. And then the type of people that you're transporting, because essentially people with needs may or may not need a slightly different service than public transport is generally seen as just a direct, it's not a necessary convenience thing, but your clients may perhaps need more thought about how they're provided for. And if we took some of the people off your route, potentially there'd be more capacity in your system for those that really need a medical service. Does that, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. So we operate as a rideshare service under a small passenger service licence. So essentially we've got some conditions of carriage that we operate under, which essentially is that someone must be able to onboard themselves, like with limited support, so to speak. Although I'm saying that our Queenstown shuttle has a mobility hoist.
Great.
So we can, say for example, someone's had a hip replacement or knee injuries is often, those sorts of things, then we can on and off board them on the hoist, which is really good. Whereas our Cromwell shuttle, for example, is a 10-seater, so there is no hoist option in that. And the Oamaru shuttle that we're putting in there is also going to have a hoist for that service. To your point around volunteers, very, very hard to get volunteers. And our volunteers are mostly retirees. We have very few. It would probably be less than 5% that are not retirees in terms of the volunteers. And where it gets challenging is they have to pass medical clearance as well themselves, the equivalent of a passenger endorsement. So it's always an ongoing struggle for us, although I think sometimes Hatahono, because we're a bigger brand and people identify with us, it's easy for us to attract volunteers, whereas I know, like having talked to some of our other smaller providers, the independent trusts, that sometimes they struggle perhaps more than we do to attract volunteers. I think also what's really important is, so if we use Cromwell and Alexandra as examples, you'll have vulnerable or elderly people in your communities that are so quite happy to drive in their car around town and go to the grocery or their GP in town, but they don't want to do that drive through to Dunedin.
Yep.
So perhaps if there was, but then they like our service because it's more, I guess it's smaller and more intimate, as opposed to say hopping onto a public service.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised that some people about to go and get medical treatment actually don't want the stress of having to drive in order to arrive. Yeah. Can I? I presume both the services from Queenstown and Cromwell go through Roxburgh. We heard yesterday about a demand for people from Ranfurly, or two days ago. Sorry, the week is merging. The question is, do you have built-in? I mean, you've got a fixed route. Could you pick up people in Milton or anything like that on those routes, or? And is there any flexibility for once a week to be going through a different way? I don't even know.
Yes, there is, although Queenstown goes to Invercargill, so the demand for Queenstown goes to Invercargill Hospital.
Of course.
Because it's bizarre, as we all know. Yes. So Queenstown goes through Kingston, down that way. And sometimes, yes, depending on the demand, we go through Ranfurly, so it does depend.
Okay, so there is flexibility in that system. What has occurred to me is that we don't sort of talk about those services in the RPTP, and while they will change, is what we need to make sure is that we need to support rather than undermine those existing services or compete for volunteers. So understanding where those services are and articulating that may be a helpful thing, maybe not in the plan, but at some level, so that it can be referenced. And also we can help promote your service as well.
And that's why I thought this was a great opportunity to obviously get on the radar and perhaps start that journey, because I think what we'll unpick is that there's probably, we know there's a greater need than we're already meeting. So how do we collaboratively and collectively, manage or work toward getting a better outcome for the communities? Since
you coordinate this throughout, in the areas where there is a good PT system, do you still have this service operating? I presume you do.
Yeah, so we do. Like if you talk about our main cities, we are in all the main cities because there are vulnerable and elderly that particularly, but in those bigger cities, they tend to be more mobility services. So with hoists, so getting people on-boarded and off-boarded, because I think public transport for people that say are having mobility issues, that can be overwhelming for them. Whereas ours probably feels a little bit, and we'll go to someone's door to pick them up.
Thank you. Elliot.
Yeah. Is that working? Yeah, cool. Okay, thank you, Julie. I was just wondering, in terms of ORC's involvement in this space or potential future involvement in this space, do you see it a higher priority to support existing services or to be trying to implement new services in terms of the community transport services?
Well, if you looked at the model that Waikato's done, and it's easy for me to talk about that because that's my main base and where I live, and I was involved in setting that up with the regional council. So the council sort of that voice, and because in Waikato, so it creates that, I guess, that authority, or not authority, but it's, people will listen when it's the Waikato Regional Council that are leading the forum, if that makes sense. It's just as a much easier way to pull everyone together. So they are providing funding at the moment for us, which is fantastic across all of the region, but I'm not looking at that as a funding thing. I'm thinking of this more as who's doing what, where, how are we all working, and then also knowing where the gaps are and identifying those, so we are all aware of that, and then we can figure out a plan to, how are we going to deal with those. So that's how I would see your role as a council being involved.
Cool. You've almost answered the other question that I had, but I'll pose it anyways in case you want to add anything, and that was just because you talked about the Waikato model and how that has been successful. So I was just going to ask both for us and the transport staff team, what would you say is the biggest lesson from Waikato community transport?
For me, again, having been involved from the start, it was just like oh my goodness, we didn't realise the impact collectively we were having because we were all working in our silos, so to speak. But when you put us all together, it tells quite a big picture around the of the entire region and what is actually happening. So because that's that collective voice, I think we're very aware of our most vulnerable spots, where the gaps are, and even, like, I don't know anyone if you're familiar with Raglan, for example. It's a coastal town in Waikato. It's part of our region here. So that's been a community trust that's been going for years and years and years. Now they've approached us at Hatohone going, we actually need to be using the service now because we can't get any more volunteers. We don't have that same level of, people just they don't have the time anymore, they're getting old, would you help us? So it's just that awareness thing, and without us collaborating together, we couldn't help or support them. So I think that's the goal, that's the magic that could happen with this.
Amazing, thanks so much, Julie.
Thanks very much, Julie. Thanks for being with us today. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you
Cheers.
very much for the opportunity. Mati ba.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Next submitter is Sierra Elif Defoe and submitter number 221. Welcome, Sierra. Great to have you here.
Thanks. I'm just passing around a little visual aid, which
Cool.
I think will help illustrate some of my points here.
Awesome. Thank you.
Do you remember Wanaka back then?
Was that to me?
I think my first visit when I was 16, it didn't look like that. But anyway.
I was younger than that, and I probably was there before you.
There you go. We're in your hands, Sierra.
Kia ora, thank you for having me. So my name is Sierra Elif Defoe. I'm here as an individual, but I'm also representing my community, which is that of the Upper Clutha region and Wanaka specifically, where I live. In the Upper Clutha region, we have 19,000 people living there now. It's grown hugely, and it's only growing more. I came over here today, despite the fact that there's no bus, but it's a really important topic to me about public transport, so worth the drive over to Queenstown to speak to you all about this topic. because our region isn't really included in this plan. So I want to tell you a little bit more about our region and how a public transport would be transformative to the people in Upper Clutha. I think people in Wanaka are pretty accustomed to feeling a bit invisible to public services in general, beyond just transport. Recently, healthcare has become a pertinent example as well, where people in Wanaka are traveling further and paying more for healthcare than folks in Queenstown or Alexandra would be. And people are getting quite resigned to this as well, to the point where when I said I was going over to speak to regional council about why we should have public transport, there was a bit of a, why bother, we're never gonna get it situation. People in Wanaka feel like we are perceived like photo one that I passed out to you. Like that is how we, from our bigger towns surrounding us, I think, Wanaka is just a little country town, but actually in photo two, that's not even the most recent development, but you'll see how much the town has developed, and it's only building more and more as we speak. By 2055, QLDC projects that the Upper Clutha ward's population will double. That will make the Upper Clutha ward by 2055 as bigger than the Wakatipu Queenstown area ward is today. So that's going to be about 38,000 people that are projected to be living in the Upper Clutha area by then, compared to the 19,000 now. And that's just the residents. So of course we know in this Queenstown, Wanaka area that we also have a lot of visitors on a given day. So throughout the district, that's estimated to be about 20,000 visitors on a given day, which is a lot for a district of 50,000 people. So Queenstown, Wanaka together are 50,000 at the moment. So we need to not just account for the residents, but also, obviously, visitors are using the transport network as well. And that could be tourists, and it could be seasonal workers too. In ORC's plan, we have been lumped in with some of these small communities. Balclutha, which has a population of 5,000. Oamaru is a little bigger, it's 14,000, that's a little closer to Wanaka. Clyde, which is only about 1,000 people, and Alexandra, which sits at 6,000. So actually, Wanaka is almost as large as those other small communities combined. Our rapid growth is also setting us apart from those places. None of those places are really projected to double in the next 30 years. They're growing slowly or even stagnating. We also have much higher visitor numbers than those towns. Even though you'll get a few tourists in places like Clyde, frankly, Wanaka is having thousands more tourists on any given day and over the year. So I wanted to give one example that kind of compares a neighborhood in the Wanaka area versus a neighborhood in the Queenstown area. So I'm going to look at Lake Hawea compared to Lake Hayes Estate. Those are really comparable neighborhoods because they both have populations of about 2,000, and they're both about 15 kilometers from their respective town centers. The main difference between these areas is that Lake Hawea's population is supposed to almost triple in the next 30 years, whereas Lake Hayes is kind of full and is not going to grow that much. Lake Hayes Estate has a bus. It has, for as long as I've lived in the area, at least 6 years, whereas there's no plans for Lake Hawea to have a public transport connection. Of course, in both places, Hawea and Lake Hayes, most people are coming into their towns on a daily basis for work, for school, for errands, for visiting medical center. All kinds of needs are taking most people into town most days. And they are probably the people who have the most to gain in the Upper Clutha area from having a public transport network. So I'll go into a little bit the benefits of having a bus, which I'm sure you all are very familiar with, but I'll keep it specific to our district. A bus is the most universally accessible form of transportation. So for people who live in Lake Hawea, let's say, who are too young to drive or who have aged out of driving, have a medical condition perhaps, it's not, they're not going to be driving. They're also not going to do the hour-long bike ride into town. For them, public transport is really the most accessible thing, and it's accessible for everybody. A bus also obviously has the potential to decrease our public transport emissions hugely, as well as decreasing the congestion on our roads. Buses represent a safer form of transport, which is especially pertinent as it gets colder. We have some windy mountain roads going out to Hawea that can get quite icy. Buses also can provide safety in the form of preventing drunk driving as well. Buses would allow us to do a lot more with the public infrastructure that we have. We have some limitations in our district right now with the Albertown Bridge is a major pinch point. We also have limited parking availability in Wanaka Township. And as that photo number 3 on there shows, the Albertown Bridge can become quite the traffic point. So that's can be extreme, like on an event day, but that's also every morning and every afternoon with the commuter traffic. A bus would be a lot more space-efficient way to get people into town. So I know I hear a lot of times, the bus will just be stuck in the traffic, but the bus also has the power to transport a lot more people, a lot more space efficiently across those pinch points, and then obviously takes away the need for the parking as well. A bus could be really cost-effective for a lot of families out in Hawea. Friends and colleagues have told me they spend anywhere between $5 and $10 on petrol or diesel driving in each way. So for them, a $5 bus would represent a really financially viable way to get into town that would save them money as well. Buses to outer lying towns like Hawea can also really increase access for seasonal workers who are, of the adults in our town, are probably the least likely to have access to a car, but most of the available housing is in those outer lying towns. So, you can't get the shuttle up to the ski field from Lake Hawea. You need to get into town first. So those folks could really benefit from the bus. It would also give people a really good degree of flexibility in their day. So let's say you catch a ride into town with your housemate or your family member, and you could come back on the bus at different times. You could bus one way, you could bike the other way. For kids who have after-school activities, this is especially important in being able to bus home after their activity and not have the parents driving out and back to go get them when the school bus isn't running any longer. Additionally, public transport, of course, just increases our connectedness as a community. People get to meet each other and interact in ways that we just don't do when we're all sat in our cars waiting for the same queue at the Albertown Bridge. I appreciate that the current government of the day does not have the best appetite for investing in public transport. I know the constraints that exist. But when we're thinking about long-term 10-year planning, I think we really can't ignore the constraints of our infrastructure and the definite growth of our population. And of course, we also want to live in a place that is thinking about climate change, that's making positive changes, and also really advocating for equity of transport options for people living in the Upper Clutha area. So I hope by coming here, I showed you a little bit that we're not just a country town anymore. We are a fast-growing region, and we do need access to transport as well. Thank you for your time and welcome your questions.
Thanks very much, Sarah. I'll go to Elliot to see who's got any questions.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. Just wondering about how people in your community feel about I believe it's a Ritchie's, but either way, the private shuttle that I think runs 4 times a day. Would I be correct to assume it's cost that would be the biggest barrier to that as opposed to a public bus? Or are there other factors that
Yeah, I would say that the cost and the timetable are two of the problems, but also the network. So Ritchie's is going from Wanaka to Queenstown, and it's going from Wanaka to Cromwell, but it's not connecting within our area. Cool. Additionally, I think it costs something like $40+ each way. So if you're going, to the airport and you're looking at the cost of parking for a week versus that, it makes a lot more sense, but it doesn't make sense for commuting over the hill. And additionally, the timetable is quite limited. Most, even for people getting their flights, it can be challenging, but I think as a commuter option, the cost and the timetable are the main issues.
Yeah, absolutely. And then in terms of the potential of implementing a Wanaka to Queenstown connector service. I think in the draft RPTP, that's in the plans for 10 to 30 years down the line. Would it be fair to say that you're looking for something like that to be brought forward?
Yeah, absolutely. I was previously one of the people who commuted over the hill. It was a lot of carpooling, hustling, even hitchhiking at times. That would make a huge difference for a lot of folks. I came here today with really the focus of public transport within our area, because I think that is going to make the bigger day-to-day impact for more people. That's not to say that the Queenstown-Wanaka connection isn't also extremely important. Yeah.
So so within Wanaka or within Upper Clutha, public transport route of some kind is a higher priority to you than a connecting service?
For me it is, and that's, I would like to have, for us to have what the Queenstown Basin has is, connections between their outer lying neighborhoods, their suburbs, and their CBD. To me, that's the most crucial first step. And then the regional interconnectedness, so between Queenstown, Wanaka, Cromwell, etc. That is, I don't want to diminish the importance of that, but that would be second priority for me.
Cool, thanks, that's super helpful. Cheers.
No, you've covered it really well, thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you all.
Moving on, we've got submitter number 300, Caitlin Bartlett from Central Lakes Breastfeeding Charitable Trust. Welcome, Caitlin. Welcome. We're in your hands. We're here to listen, so thank you for being with us.
Is that microphone?
Oh, thank you very much.
Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you very much for hearing me today. And I can understand that I'm here to represent Central Lakes Breastfeeding Charitable Trust, and perhaps wondering what has this got to do with public transport for our region. With my role with the Breastfeeding Trust, we engage with a large number of new parents in Queenstown, Central Otago, including Upper Clutha. And one of our focuses is to bring about community connections. And one of the biggest challenges that we see for lots of families, especially in, interestingly, Lake Hawea, Hanley's Farm, Shotover Country especially, and Lake Hayes Estate, is the equity of access to transport options to get to where they need to go to, and really support lots of the endeavours within the plan to increase services to some of those areas, but to also shine a light on new parents, especially those who don't have any other options for transport. For example, in Hanley's Farm, there are lots and lots of first-time new parents without a car, reliant on a partner to drive them even to Plunkett or to the library or to a new parents group, which has high risks for those communities, let alone for their babies as well, connecting with other babies and other mothers. We certainly notice Lake Hawea is a higher risk area with even fewer options than are in the Queenstown area. And I understand the focus to move commuters off the roads and to I'm not going to say prioritise, but to see that as a significant problem in terms of traffic on the roads. But new mothers are often unseen. And interestingly, there can be a bit of a cultural resistance to using the bus. It can sometimes be seen as a less desirable option, and the prestige of using a car. So it's not what I want to highlight is not just the providing the services, but to actually for there to be an image, something to do about the image, to raise the profile. It's using the bus with babies and young children can be the most wonderful way to travel around. You can parent while you're traveling. You can't parent when you've got a screaming baby in the car who does not want to be in a car seat anymore. But on the bus, you can cuddle, you can feed, you can parent, you can talk to other people. It's wonderfully sociable and can be quite an uplifting experience for mothers as well, to know that their community is there to support them, because everyone loves babies. Well, I think they do. So, kia ora, thank you. That's fine.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I just see the mention in your written submission about speed limit reviews. That's certainly something that we can lobby Queenstown District Lakes Council about, but that's their area of responsibility. But we take your point on board.
NZTA have now having influence here, won't be until 2027.
Here we go. Kate, you got a question?
Really interesting, and thank you for taking us to a different place, because that's you've raised some really interesting issues. When I was reading this and thinking about it, I was interested about the safety issue. So you talked about it's nice to hug a baby, but if you're going on an 80k area, you may well want them. And I just wanted to know what it is like for you to get onto a bus that we contract for, and how safe that makes you feel with a young child. You know, is it easy to put the capsule that children often carry? Is that all easy?
When with a baby in a buggy, in a carry court or in a buggy, it is actually really easy. When it's busy, certainly the busier routes, it can be hard work. And the frequency of the routes, for example, Arrowtown is quite a popular route with new mums. We run some walking groups, and it would be lovely to be able to, say to the mums, you can take the bus to the start of the walking group, but quite often, because they can't be certain that they have got enough space. Those that are particularly assertive, it doesn't bother them because they know that people will accommodate them. But those who are a bit more timid and less confident, that will be a barrier. But it's incredibly simple to use the bus when you've overcome that initial barrier of using it. And when mums say that, I bit the bullet, or I want to, I decided to, they've been really, really pleased with themselves. It's built their confidence, but also, we'll do this again. The children loved it. We could talk. We could look at the stuff. It all made sense. And that compromise of adapting to a timetable isn't such a compromise when they can see that there's value in it. Yeah.
And look, there are some really interesting submissions with some really good ideas. And there's some submissions that are really complimentary of our staff's possibly not enough, and it's hard to get into that social media space, but they're saying they're doing a really good job with the perception of things. I suppose this is a two-way thing here. You've said we should be promoting the stuff. Can I suggest, and it's always a difficult one with young children, but if our staff were supplied with pictures of people with children on buses and what a good experience it was, and this is how it enabled us to do things, that is a wonderful story that I'm sure our staff would be happy to partner. And it's working together to tell that story.
Yeah.
And so I really welcome you going back to your group and saying, this is something we could do. We could have these adventures together and help us to promote it, because us just putting models in there pretending that something's happening is,
Yeah, we would love to work with you to provide something like
that. It's a
Yeah.
really, really nice idea. I certainly know that taking children on a bus ride is a good way of just diverting their attention, even if it's a Luke bus. So I didn't have that chance as a mother, but I know those that have. So thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kate. Elliot.
You covered the questions that I would have had, so just, thanks for sharing.
Thanks for being with us today. Cheers.
No, I am now. Start with a few thank yous. One, thank you for doing this, going through this process of actually hearing and obviously listening to people too, so well done. Secondly, thank you for doing it here in Queenstown, because even though we are like any other town in terms of our transport needs, we've also got a whole other set of transport needs, and I think it's good that you have heard about some of those. Thank you too to the staff who I think have done a great job in terms of summarising submissions in such a short time. So well done on them. Look, without detracting from that, when you're summarising submissions, there's a risk when you look at the details that you lose the big picture, right? So there were a couple of things that you probably haven't read my actual submission, but and the submissions from Remarkables Park, by the way. But look, a couple of strong messages in there. One, we commend you for what you've done with the Orbis bus service. Fantastic, right? I continually recommend it to people. It's not always perfect, but it's just fantastic that it's there, and keep that up. Two, for continuing to help the ferry service. I think that's fantastic as well. I'm not saying the ferry service is perfect, but it's actually a signal that you are prepared to look, right? And then the third one is, I do want to read something out from my original submission. What am I saying here? That we'd encourage the ORC to continue to investigate and support innovative public transport solutions that are suited to the particular and perhaps unique needs of the Queenstown community, including the tourists who make up such a major part of this economy, but who also adversely impact on traffic congestion around Queenstown. A sustainable transport network for Queenstown must meet the needs and expectations of residents and visitors alike. My point there is that if we don't deal with the transport needs of our visitors, then living in Queenstown will not be sustainable for the locals. And that's why I'm so keen on looking at innovative ideas, right? We're dealing with the here and now, well, but we actually have to look to the future. And I'll probably say a little bit more about that. Look, one thing I will make a point of here is we were looking a while ago, and I say we, the wider community, at bus priority lanes on Frankton Road, and that was financed, and it's not now, right? And that would have been an interim solution for public transport, but without that, I think we're going to come to some real crisis points if we don't think of something really smart, because your buses are good, but if they can't get down the road, it's really hard for them to be better than me driving a car. So the page I've handed out to you, I did listen to what the staff had written. I did take account of their comments on my submissions. I've cut it back, but I still would like to make a few points. So in the page in front of you, anything that's in blue is your own words. That's straight out of the plan. Anything in red is comments that I would like added. And there isn't any strikeout in any of the stuff I sent in. So that sort of gives you a flavour that I'm not trying to disagree with your plan. I'm just sort of saying, can we look through a few key points? So my first one there, and this is under your bit relating to land use policy. Now you guys will know better than anyone that when you're doing land use policy, no matter what the RMA says, it probably takes 5 years to get a plan together. It's meant to last for 10, in truth it lasts for 15 or much longer. So the horizon for plans for land use planning is way out there. And I'm saying to you, don't start thinking about going into those processes with just what we know about public transport now. Look at the smartest ideas around and try to embrace those, which is why I've added those words while taking account alternative transport modes and new transport technology, and I'd like you to think about it. Your staff did actually say noted with thanks on that, and I thought they were putting it in, but didn't actually do it, so I'm highlighting that one. The second one, I think possibly they confused, or maybe I confused them, so I've reworded that. Well, I wasn't trying to get another set of stakeholders involved. What I'm keen here is that it's not just the needs, but it's also the aspirations of stakeholders that are taken into account. That's a key word, right? Now look here at one good stakeholder in Queenstown would be the airport. And say the airport came to you with an aspiration that they wanted to reduce the number of people leaving the airport by rental cars by 10% a year, or cut it to zero. That would be a fantastic aspiration, but to deal with that, you really have to come up with something smart, right? And it's not just the bus service. I'm not trying to demean your service, but it's something at another level. So I've said aspirations and the advances in transport technology. Collaborative working relationships. All I'm saying is, again, add in there and new transport opportunities. And again, at page 51, when you're thinking about your design principles, I'm not criticising anything you've got written there, but one of those principles to me should be utilise the most appropriate mode and technology. So just I'd like to see that added. There was agreement that the word ropeway should be included in the next one. We're added it under mode neutrality, so no arguments there. The section you've got on, first of all, I added aerial ropeway into that at page 62 to 64, but that whole section on aspirations, you've got it split into 3 areas. I did have a couple in there for the 0 to 3 years. I've taken them out because it seems to me that maybe that's one of RPL's own aspirations. We would like to see a aerial ropeway pilot track built in Remarkables Park within that time frame, right? Then that would give something, so that's not on you to do, but I'd like to see that happen so that this community could actually see it was real and had a chance of going, right? So I've taken that out, but you'll see over the page, I've suggested a couple in there. The staff have pulled those out saying, oh, these are not current public transport. I'm not sure I agree, because one I've got in there is the extension of a ferry service to the Kawerau River, connecting Remarkables Park, Shotover Country and Lake Hayes Estate. Now, ferry services here, I think, were to some extent hijacked by QLDC. Because they tried to own the wharfs and set them up, right? And they stopped other people building the wharfs, and they've added, well, they've taken away the possibility of people investing in that infrastructure themselves. I also think that people, when they discount the river, which QLDC did, are stopping good thinking, right? Now, you'll all know the old Kawerau Bridge, which has been there for 100 years and will continue to be there. It's got 10 different channels down the old, underneath that bridge, huge big concrete piers. It's perfect to be set up for a lock to be set up between one of those sets of piers. Very simple, you know. Locks were in France in the 1700s, 1800s, and that could be done quite simply. That would change the nature of the ferry that could go down the river. In the past, people have said, oh, we can't get a big jet ferry coming up that bank at certain stages of the lake. That would simplify it, right? So I think people just need to keep these ideas on the horizon so somebody will come up with something clever and improve ferry transport. And the second one I put in was an aerial ropeway service introduced and operating on a Frankton network linking Remarkables Park, Queenstown Airport, this building and a transport hub. And even if that just poked around here between the airport, transport hub, Remarkables Park and 5 Mile, that would be a huge benefit and something that we should value within the next 6 to 10 years or 3 to 10 years. Beyond that, 6 to 30 years, I'm seeing a similar system extending into town along Frankton Road, which I do believe is possible, and also extending out in the southern corridor and in the eastern corridor. And again, that repetition of a regular ferry service at that stage going down the river. I think this document has to be aspirational. It says these are the aspirations, so let's get them out there and shine a light on them. Later after that is just another clarification of some wording and where appropriate alternative transport modes. The last point I want to raise is probably covered by that photo on the second page. Now, the second photo there was dated March 2019, and that's when I made a submission to QLDC on their annual plan. And this is a view from my office, which is why I happen to find it easy to take this photo. I said, here's kids standing in the rain, give them a bus shelter. You know, ORC is providing a good bus service. Now, this is the OR bus stop. This is not the school bus stop. This is OR bus only, right? And the second photo, last year I did the same again, and the annual plan process was 3 months out of sync, and that's why it was June rather than March, but that was just a typical day, and there's kids standing outside. They need a shelter. Now, I'm not telling you your plan should say there should be a shelter there, because I know that's not the nature of it, but your words are that you're going to collaborates closely with the city and district councils, you know, to see these things in there. All I'm saying to you is maybe that's not working. Maybe QLDC needs a bit more of a shove. I'm not saying take responsibility for the bus shelter, but let's push harder so that other people who should be doing so, do so. So sorry, that's ending on a negative note, but that's it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Brian. Okay.
Brian, thank you very, very much. Now, I just want to check Remarkables Park. The bit that you represent is which?
Oh, so most of the land on the other side of the airport was developed by Remarkables Park.
Yep.
The shopping centre in those areas have been sold. They're owned by other people at present. Our company continues to develop land, so it's developing land on which hotels are. To give you a reference, they're Frankton Libraries in our own building, actually, right? So, so all that land through there.
We're in different hats. I'm on the Regional Land Transport Committee, and we've been I've been
So you don't, okay.
awesome presentation by Whoosh.
Yes.
And if I look at their website, I note that they're suggesting that we're excited about the project and are planning for the first phase of Whoosh in 2024. And I'm just wondering, where is that at? That's the aerial rope way that you're talking about. And look, ambitions and aspirations is great to have, and I'm not being critical in that. I'm just wondering, is that as an example coming anytime soon, or?
Yeah, I mean, the terrible pun is that it's up in the air, right? Both the network and the post. Look, I can tell you that I was talking to Homes Consulting today, right? We are excited about doing something, but pilot tracks, you know the difficulty of money.
Absolutely.
Pilots cost money too, right? It's not free. If you've seen the Whoosh system, they do have a model in their premises in Christchurch. We want a full-scale model here. We've looked at sites, and they can't afford to do it all, we can't afford to do it all. There has to be a way to make that happen, and that's what we're keen to do.
Yeah, and so the next question I've got is, I don't want to limit us to one system,
me neither.
and you're quite confident that that wording wouldn't preclude, say, Doppelmayr or something else?
Indeed, I haven't used Whoosh. I see you used ropeway, and so I just kept that. I would tend to use aerial cableway, but I'm not precluding Whoosh. We have looked at Doppelmayr systems in the past, right? And specifically, we looked at them for transport up to the Remarkables ski field, and at that stage proposed a 5-kilometre line from Remarkables Park down to land we own, to then go 5 kilometres up the hill. And we know that can work, right? We got tenders on that during the COVID area, right?
Yes.
Even in those days, I was looking at, could we bend the line so it connected to Lake Hayes Estate, the flat line? And so we could have been using it for public transport as well. And I know those systems can work for public transport. I have a preference for Whoosh because it can turn corners in a way that a conventional gondola can't. And Frankton Road, I've looked so many lines down Frankton Road, and I can't do it in straight lines. Every bend is roughly $7 million to make a bend on a conventional gondola system, right? But to do it in a Whoosh system, it's part of the system. It's at its heart is that you can bend it. And so that's why I like the Whoosh system. And you can get more stations.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be an advocate for either, and I certainly didn't in this
we could go, this is a rabbit hole we could go and have much fun doing, but we don't need to today. But I just want to make sure that in that process we weren't compromising other
Definitely
options.
not, no.
Yeah. The other question, and I think you were in the room when I asked the question of providing for tourists, because appreciating, I need to go and unpick how we charge rates for bus services as a targeted rate against value of land. Do you think if we could up our services that the community, you've heard the suggestions that the community would pay more to get rid of some of these problems? Is it that the problems would go, or just more cars come, which is often the case if you fix one thing? Yeah.
If you free up road, other cars come.
And as a commercial landowner, what would you feel about that? Us upping your rate just for buses?
Look, I really like the bus service, right? And there's a cost to doing it, and I understand that. So I'm not going to disagree with you on wanting to find ways to make that work, right? As a patron, I'd pay more, but I do certainly say to people, look, $2, get on the bus. It won't cost, don't get a rental car, just get on the bus. And there's something very attractive about the low price. I don't know that there's a perfect answer. I wish there was a card system that actually recognised that, well, when you move to credit cards, my credit card was local, and that somebody from Brisbane was a visitor, and they could pay $5 and I'll pay $2 or whatever.
Yeah.
But there should be something like that, and people would understand it and accept it. I mean, if I'm on holiday, I don't mind paying more as a tourist than the local pays for their public transport. And that's probably where something like Whoosh could be very clever too, because that'll be booked on your phone, paid for on your phone, and maybe there's a way of charging too.
Okay, thank you very much.
Differential charging's hard, but I think it's a place for it.
Thank you, Elliot.
Didn't have any questions, but appreciate the thoughts.
Thank you again.
Thank you for those complimentary remarks at your introduction of your submission. But I think, the staff we agree 100%. The staff have done a fantastic job to get this document to this point. So really appreciate the positive feedback. Thank you for being with us. Cheers, Brian. Marion Croft, I think, is the next submitter number 434, and she is online, I believe. G'day, Marion. How are you today?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good. So we're all good to go at our end, so we're here to listen. Thank you.
Okay, great. First of all, thank you for allowing us to speak and for allowing us to make submissions on the plan. It's really important that you continue to ask the public what they think about the ORC's public transport and what things we should be focusing on, including pricing and where the buses go. So thank you. So I am here representing Protect Our Winters, and Protect Our Winters represents approximately 6,000 members of the winter sports and outdoor community, and the majority of our members are in Queenstown and Wanaka, and we're really concerned about climate change. So we're looking for ways that we can reduce climate pollution in our area, and the number one way to do that is by reducing our dependence on private vehicles. Right now, if you live in Wanaka, you have to have a car. There's no other way to get around. And in Queenstown, there's some good and could be better public transport, but especially in Wanaka, there's nothing. And so we are advocating for a public transport connection connecting Wanaka and Queenstown. And we made a submission on that, and then the plan came out, and we got a response to our submission, and it says public transport links between Wanaka and Queenstown are outlined in the plan for improving regional connectivity, however currently sit in the 10 to 30 year horizon due to lack of funding and alignment with central government priorities. So I think the biggest point we want to make is that 10 years away is way too long away to even begin thinking about that really important public transport connection. We really want to encourage the Otago Regional Council to move that timeline forwards. And it's kind of a little bit, it feels like you guys are kind of kicking the can around in circles and saying like, well, central government we need money from them, and then central government just kind of kicks the can back and they're like, well, the regional council needs to do some work. And then, oh, but what about the QLDC? And really, what the three players and the Central Otago District Council really need to get together and advocate for money to come from somewhere. I don't know where the money will come from. I can't speak to that, but there needs to be more of an effort and more of a team effort between all the different players and some creativity maybe to find funding for that public transport connection. In 10 years, Wanaka is probably going to be 50,000 people at the rate it's growing, and then putting in that public transport connection is going to be even more difficult. So that's the first point, to move that 10 to 30 year time frame way forwards on the Wanaka Queenstown bus connection. And then the second point that we wanted to make was that we'd like to see the Otago Regional Council playing more of a role in the development of housing and infrastructure in the Wanaka and Queenstown areas. There's just urban sprawl going on for days and days and days, and every new subdivision needs to be built with higher density, but also with future public transport in mind. So there needs to be more corridors. Maybe it's just housing to begin with, and then public transport comes second, but we can't just be building like subdivisions in Hawea with 5,000 people and no plan for how to get them places. And yes, it's a QLDC's role to some extent, but if the Otago Regional Council is who provides transport, public transport, we want to see you weighing in and limiting how much urban sprawl there is and setting some guidelines for what kind of development there can be, and ensuring that any housing development or suburban development, commercial development is built with public transport connections in mind from the very beginning. And I think that's it. So just kind of 2 quick points there, and emphasizing that we need to be acting on climate change, reducing emissions, and making it really easy for as many people in our region to commute via public transport instead of having to drive. We want that choice to be there. Happy to answer any questions.
Cool. Thanks.
And we have sent in, we did a survey which got a lot of really good information, and we've shared that in our submission. So hopefully you've got access to all of that information, but happy to answer any other questions.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Marion. I'll just see if there's any queries. Elliot.
Kia ora, thanks, Marion. Yeah, thanks for your points around our role in urban planning and design and sort of limiting sprawl, because that's a really important point. And also the lack of public transport in Wanaka. Just reflecting on an earlier submission today, I'm wondering if you see the public transport within Upper Clutha, whether that's sort of on demand or a fixed route or something, as the most important priority, or whether you see a Queenstown Wanaka link as the most urgent priority. Obviously both sound important.
Yeah, both would be great. When we did survey our members, there were many people said that they wanted that Upper Clutha public transport connection. A lot of people asking for like a Hawea, Albert Town, Luggett circuit potentially. But there's already a public transport network in Queenstown, so adding on the bus from there makes sense. It's also where the airport is, so a lot of visitors. Right now, if you're a tourist and you want to come to Wanaka, you have to rent a vehicle, so that could service a lot of visitors as well as locals, and then connect on to the existing bus network. So I would say we want to see the Queenstown Wanaka connection first, and then a local Wanaka connection.
Thanks for that, man.
Kate.
Thank you very much. Your bit about posing for subdivisions and everything, and I went to the Queenstown District Council's district plan, which albeit came out in 2015 and still going through a process, I think. It's interesting, it does have an objective and policy on transport and linking to public transport routes, which is fraught if we haven't planned anything. And
so since 2015, there's still no public transport connection.
Yeah, well, it talks about just planning that in good design. I'm just trying to find. It says subdivision will have good and integrated connections and accessibility to existing and planned areas of employment, community facilities, services, trails, public transport, and adjoining neighbourhoods. So it's a chicken and egg thing here. If we don't plan and articulate what that may look like, we can't expect the subdividers to put that in. And we've got substantial areas of growth. If we can't put in what our plans are and say this will come, when the funding and everything else is there, we can't expect the subdividers to be able to see what what those expectations are. So it's an interesting quandary you've put us, you've posed for me. Thank you. Do you know? The seasonality of a bus service, I'm interested in your area. You're working in the tourist industry, I think. What is the underlying resident demand as opposed to the seasonality of demand? Or would they even out generally over the year with your peaks
I
and
would
troughs?
say from my sort of personal experience and connections that there'd be more demand seasonally than year round. So probably in the peak winter months and the peak summer months. And just for example, I work at Cadrona teaching skiing, and there's a lot of people move to Wanaka for the winter, and they buy a vehicle just for those 4 months, and then they have to sell it again, and the only place they can find to rent for the season is in North Lake or something, 3 or 4K from where the Cadrona bus picks them up to go to work. So they have to drive. And if there was a bus service, at least connecting Wanaka and Queenstown, it would mean a lot less people have to buy vehicles.
That is it.
Yeah, I see from my, people I know, etc., I think there'd be more demand seasonally than year round.
Okay. Look, the ski industry is a really interesting one, and when I was young, which was a long time ago, we used to get the ski bus up. I initially skied at Treble Cone, and that was the preferred way to go up, albeit it was a windowless bus, which was rather scary in hindsight. But the road maintenance, and we all watch Mount Hutt, the ski patrol programs, and you see the number of people trying to go up roads which aren't necessarily ones that people are competent to drive on. And so what is the drive in the industry? And we're hearing tourist businesses want to reduce their carbon footprint. What is the drive to get people onto buses and therefore potentially have the capability and capacity to move people in areas like yours and even be used outside of the peak times?
Well, Cadrona, for example, are trying to encourage people to take the bus from there. It's called the Pine Trees lot. That's at the base of the hill, because there used to be pine trees there. But you still have to drive to get there.
Yeah.
Which means that everyone drives kind of halfway, and then they're like halfway there, so they might as well just keep driving to the top kind of thing. Whereas if, for example, if there was an OIC run service from Wanaka to Queenstown, people could come from either direction and then maybe stop there and connect onto the ski area bus service. But you still can't take the bus without driving first.
And I presume in that case you're also suggesting that we need to make sure that there's capacity for ski gear on those buses.
Yeah, and when we surveyed our members, the ability to carry skis and bikes was really discussed a lot, listed as a priority.
The one question, and you're one of the last submitters, so I'm going to ask this of you because I've forgotten to ask it of anyone else, is the capacity of bikes on buses substantial enough on any of the routes that you are aware of? Where I think it's 2?
This is just kind of personal from friends who live in Queenstown and take the bus. Everyone's stoked that they can now take bikes on buses again, but sometimes the racks are full, and then they have to wait for the next bus, which means half an hour of waiting.
So there is a capacity issue.
Yeah, would be better. And I've been on ones overseas that have 3 on the front and then 3 on the back. So each bus can take up to 6. So the structure, like the kind of, the rack to carry that many bikes exists elsewhere.
It just means that the bus stops probably have to be about another 2 or 3 metres longer. But yes, I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. That's great.
Thank you. Marion, just a query about, we had someone quote earlier today about the cost to get from Wanaka to Queenstown, a commercial operator, I won't mention any names, but it was $40 from Wanaka to the airport. So what would, and I'm sure there's more than that one particular commercial operator covering...
There's not, there's only one.
Oh, there's only one, okay.
Yeah. And
so,
if you take skis on the bus, it's $50. So, yeah, it's really expensive.
Okay, so the knowledge that you have about the willingness to pay, what sort of a level of pay would a person living in Wanaka that would commute, let's say, for work, so 5 times a week, what would they be prepared to pay for a public transport service from Wanaka to Queenstown?
So we did survey people on this, and $10 to $15 was the average response, which honestly surprised me. I thought people would say $2 to $5 or so, but $10 seemed to be a very acceptable price for most people we asked. And we do have that like data that we've shared with you, so it's somewhere in the submissions box. A few more details around that.
Good job. Hey, look, thanks very much for being with us today. Really appreciate your time, and yeah, that'll be. It will certainly help to enhance the process of you being involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day.
Cheers. Richard Kemp, would you like to come forward? Submission number 333.
Thank you, councillors, and for giving the opportunity to be heard. It's always nice to turn up in person if possible. So, my name is Richard Kemp. I am actually. Start again. Thank you, councillors. My name is Richard Kemp. I'm a town planner by trade, I suppose. It's my day-to-day job as a planning consultant working for myself. But I'm also a resident of the southern corridor of Queenstown, currently in Jacks Points, but I am currently building my home in Hanley's Farm. So this is very much a personal submission based on my own experience. Just want to touch on a few key points that I've made in my submission and maybe expand on those, happy to answer any questions. I do support the proposed fare increase. I do think personally it's quite reasonable. It's still one of the cheapest public transport probably systems in the country. And I mean, I was speaking about this with my housemates last night as well, and I think we all kind of agreed that that was fair. So I've got no real concerns about that. Where I do have a little bit of concerns is the proposal for the zone-based charging, and I understand the thinking behind it. I've just sort of wanted to encourage thoughts on how many people are actually using those sort of like long and skinny routes, like out to Arrowtown, for example. And if increasing the fares on those significantly is going to disincentivize the transit from those longer routes, such that it would be a better idea just to keep it as a blanket, nice, simple fare for both locals and tourists. I think, I haven't done the analysis, I don't know, but my thinking is that well-known good public transport routes always have loss-making routes and profit-making routes, and route number one is likely our profit-making route in terms of the higher capacity route. So my view would be, even if it means that we are all paying slightly higher fares for our higher capacity routes to subsidise those less used ones, I think that's a bit more equitable. And that would be my recommendation. It probably does require some analysis in terms of what is the share of patronage on those routes versus the small ones. I was a bit unsure from the draft plan if Queenstown Airport was meant to be its own fare zone. It sort of was outlined as a little box. I wasn't ever quite clear if that was. I will be very clear that, in my opinion, I don't think it should be. We had this on the old connector bus route back in the day before the All Bus came in, and what it involved was everyone just telling the driver that you're going to get off at Remarkables Park the next stop, and then you actually just get off at the airport, or you get off at the stop before and walk a short distance. In my opinion, I just think keep it nice and simple. To have one fare zone. In my submission, I've sought that there be inclusions in the transport plan about the need for late night services to service our urban areas, particularly the southern corridor, and also Ladies Mile, Shot of a Country, Lake Hayes Estate. And the reason for that is really, at the moment, if you go out for a few drinks after work in town, or you have something in town, in Queenstown Town Centre, you really need to leave town by 10 p.m. in order to be able to connect to the last buses back to our, which, to be honest, it's not late enough. It's sort of to the point now where, very, in my opinion, very few people that would do that. They would try and stay with friends, or no one wants to pay a $70 taxi home, really. So I think that is desperately needed now, and I do appreciate the work that's been done on the new route from the southern corridor through the town centre without a connection, and I think that's going to be really beneficial. But in my opinion, having a later night service that leaving even once an hour, leaving Queenstown at 10 p.m, 11 p.m, and at midnight would dramatically open up the appeal for using the bus. Also have flow-on economic benefits in terms of encouraging vitality in the town centre. And it would, in my opinion, reduce drink driving, because right now you're sort of like, oh, I'll have a couple, but you know, it's a bit of a fine line versus if I had that certainty there's going to be a bus at 11 p.m, I would just take that. And finally, the last thing that I really wanted to raise in my submission was, and I think other submissions have probably touched on that, but connectivity to the ski fields in the winter months. There's probably a pros and cons argument with this in terms of skis and then snowboards and stuff in the buses, but right now we have a good opportunity where we've got 2 existing bus routes going right past ski fields, and there's, you know, the NZ Ski in particular are already pushing ride sharing, that kind of thing, hitchhiking. It's so common. Having a public transport connection from all of our urban areas to these ski fields during those times would be good. I appreciate there's a wider sort of matters to consider, such as with the NZTA and state traffic safety, that kind of thing, but I think it's quite a low-hanging fruit that could be attacked by identifying this as a priority within the plan itself. That's the summary of my submission. I have prepared a summary document which I will circulate, but I'm happy to take any questions. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Richard. The zone map, I mean, you've made it clear that you don't support the zone, so that's fine. But, I mean, the map obviously had an A for airport, but whether that was to be separated out, whether that was the intention, I don't know, but I'll ask Jack now.
I could just give a brief comment on that, which is that the main reason for that is the airport cash fare. To really encourage B-card uptake, you wouldn't expect a different fare for the B-card users in that area. Whether we should be representing that in the plan, I'm not sure.
Fair enough. Yeah, and the other comment, probably more of a comment rather than a question. No, it is a question. I'll make it a question.
Sure.
So to support the no zone argument, do you think that we should take into consideration, someone travelling, 25 k's as compared with 5 k's, should they be penalised even though that they're off the road for 25 k's versus the other vehicle being off the road for 5 k's? So the environmental benefit from that outlying area, you'd argue, is possibly greater. Is that a solid argument?
Yes, I would argue that. Yes, I would argue that the environmental benefits of encouraging maximum public transport uptake from those more far-flung parts of the district outweighs the economic cost that we as the community will face in rates and subsidies, that kind of thing, to cover those routes.
Okay, thank you. Kate.
I'm going to be cheeky. Thank you very much for your submission. It's great, and you covered areas some other people didn't cover. You advised us you're a planner. We've just had a submission about planning, and can I ask you a question about planning?
For sure. It's still a work day, so it's Friday.
Sorry, will you charge?
Not for you.
Thank you.
Consult free.
Well, and I'm not sure that you were in the room for the previous submitter who said that we should be planning ahead for transport, and so I went and looked at the proposed plan. That this is in the Wanaka area, and all of the development there cannot talk to a plan for transport because we don't have one for public transport there. And just in your experience, and fine if you haven't got it in this sense, if we, as in our role, don't at least put out what a plan would look like, it almost makes it impossible for the property developers to knowingly plan ahead. But if we were to put in even an indicative routes system, and we're talking 10 to 30 years or 3 to whatever we put in, that would then require, in planning terms, that the roads could take a bus or whatever. And I just really want your view on that, and what your practice and the practices you've seen elsewhere in development, how that's been rolled out, if you can help us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the general story of development in this part of the district is it's the cart before the horse. The developers do what they want, and then we think about this stuff later, which is just fundamentally the wrong way. I mean, for the Southern Corridor, for example, we're council's now, quote-unquote, catching up with trying to draft a structure plan, etc., after the half of the Southern Corridor has been developed. You know, and I mean, my own personal experience is, I mean, I was involved with the consenting of Shot Over Country back in like 2015, and we knew that there was probably going to be a bus at some point, so we just sort of, I was doing a lot of working for council at the time, doing a lot of the consenting of the subdivisions, and I knew that there would probably be a bus route along the main road, but it was very much finger in the wind. And so we sort of set out provisions to allow for that. But if we had a high-level document saying, look, identified areas of future growth, identified likely future public transport routes, you can link those two early on and enable, when you're designing, when developers, it's benefits for everyone. It's benefits for developers because they have certainty of what the plan's going to be. They can allow for that as part of their overall design proposal, and you get a much more cohesive sort of timeline of development rather than us designing and consenting development and then trying to retrofit bus routes, etc. I mean, the best example of that right now is the Southern Corridor is with Jack's Point and Hanley's Farm, and if you look at how the bus routes work right now, it's all sort of swirly-whirly everywhere, just to try to pick it up. So in terms of if you were to have it in the transport plan, if you were to have these kind of identified likely future bus routes, it would make a massive difference in terms of flowing down into these more local planning decisions on development.
I appreciate you letting me go slightly off piece on that. Thank you. And the chair.
You're all set? Yeah. I think... sorry. Elliot.
Is that? Yeah, there we go. Just wondering around your concerns around zones and the increased cost that would put on people in those outlying areas. Do you think that if something like fare capping was implemented alongside zoning, that might alleviate some of those concerns, or would those concerns still be there, do you think?
I do think a fare cap would be a way to attack that if it was, because then you're getting, in my opinion, with a fare cap, you're not punishing, less punishing like the actual commuters, etc., who are more relying on that service. And you're, for tourists, for example, who are taking the one-off bus, I mean, to be honest, they're not going to care if it's $5 or $2.50. So if there was a thought on implementing a fare cap, I would be open to that as a good solution to resolve my concerns. I imagine this body work could be done as part of the wider Motu move kind of, I presume there's some provisions for fare capping that would be in there. But yeah, to answer your question, yeah, I think that would resolve the concerns.
Yeah, I think that what we've heard in the plan and stuff is fare zones wouldn't be coming in until a bit later, probably alongside Motu move if they were to, and that would also be when other things could come in, like fare capping potentially. And then the other question was just around late night buses or buses later in the night. I've struggled with that in Dunedin as well, although I think the Queenstown ones might even go a bit later. So I'm a little jealous. But I was wondering, for going into town, having a drink and coming back, how late do those buses need to be to really be an effective backstop and be reliable for those people who want to go into town and have a drink and know that they can get a bus home?
In my opinion, the last bus leaving Queenstown around midnight would be acceptable. After that, it's starting to become a bit unreasonable in terms of, and I mean, if you look at public transit systems worldwide, like obviously you got very large cities run services a lot later, but normally things have been wrapped up by midnight. So I think midnight's kind of what jumps to me as a reasonable, and after midnight, if you want to stay out, then yes, you can get a taxi. It's just 10 p.m. is just too early. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, that's super helpful. Cheers.
Kate.
I've got two questions. One following from that one is that Queenstown's a different space? Is that every night? Or is that, as the Otago University students said, a Thursday, Friday, Saturday thing, those late nights? I mean, around here, I imagine Queenstown goes off every night, but I'm not quite sure.
I think Thursday, Friday, Saturday will be the low-hanging fruits. Mm-hmm. It probably makes it a little bit more complicated on bus timetables, etc. But I think that will capture the majority of it. I would support that personally as a good middle ground. I suppose people that live out in the wider, far-flung urban areas of Queenstown generally would. I suppose there is a lot of working holiday visa and seasonal workers, people who work shift work, like hospitality, so they don't always necessarily follow like a Monday to Friday schedule. That's my only hesitation about that, whereby if it was more of a city, you get more of a stable workforce. Here, it's just, there's so much hospitality working random hours. But if you look at what nights the town centre is the busiest, it is those Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So I think that will be a good first step.
Yep, thank you. Again, before you got here, I think a submitter suggested that people would be prepared to pay more if they got more. And there's two ways that that could be done. I mean, just let's double the rates and just get on with it. And that will affect some people more than others. The other one is that people make donations, and that's private share money coming in, and we see how keen people are and see what we can deliver with it. The balance would be saying, yes, we are going to double the rates potentially. And so the first question is, what do you feel like that as Joe Bloggs, a young, probably got a student loan and probably got other things as well, and how you would prioritise that money being taken from you for public transport. But what the other side of that could be in fare capping looking like, whether it's daily, weekly or monthly fare caps, that offset it to a certain extent?
So is your question more, would I rather pay more in rates, or, and then would I rather pay more, would I as a member of the community rather pay more in rates to have this sort of service spread across, even though, for example, if I didn't use the public transport, it doesn't really benefit me at all, or would you rather load the cost more onto the end user by this? My view is that it should be more of a spread across the community thing, because I believe that we're trying to encourage uptake in public transport in general, which has wider flow and benefits even for the people who think they don't use it, as in traffic generation, parking. So I foresee this as more something that should be subsidised by the community as a whole. The weighting of the cost burden to be more on the community as a whole rather than the individual. Does that answer your question?
It does, and well, I suppose given the demographics here as well, there's different ways of giving. One is rates, which affects everyone indirectly through your rent, or a drive, and we know there's some very generous people in this community as well, through charitable links to offset that those that are able can do it without putting the requirement on those that can't. And then there's the mix in between that don't care. I just don't know. I'm trying to think of the levers that we can, and so fare capping is one that you can put the cost in as a rate, but actually alleviate the cost by putting a fare cap in, as for those that are often use it. And yeah, I suppose I'm having this conversation in my mind because we've been really supported by the community with submissions, which is actually great, but I suppose until we know how widely the community actually understands those conversations, how easy it is to articulate what we might do if we doubled the rates.
I suppose my question is, would it double the rates though? It would make, it might, I mean, you mean it would double the ORC rates that we all pay? Potentially. I mean, yeah, it's always a tricky one where people like complain about rates rises, but it eventually just gets absorbed into everything. I don't, just to touch base on your point about donations, could you clarify? You mean
working with a charitable trust and then you get the tax efficiencies that come with that and things like that, yeah.
Right. I haven't thought of that, to be fair. Is there, I suppose my question would be, is there known models where that's worked successfully in the past, either within New Zealand or overseas?
Good question for staff on Monday.
I mean, what jumps to mind is that would businesses pay to subsidize? I mean, they'll pay for advertising for sure. I can imagine that. But as a business owner myself, would I pay money to subsidise a public transport system where there's no real tangible benefit for me? Look, compared to, for example, donating to the Queenstown Trails Trust, where I see something tangible that's been built, a new bridge has been built over the river, and there's a plaque and there's my business name on it. You know, that's a nice tangible thing. But as a business, would I want to subsidise the general public transport? Probably not. Just my personal thoughts.
Different transport for different transport people. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's good.
Hey, thanks very much, Richard. Appreciate you being here today with us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me.
That completes the submitters appearing in front of us today in Queenstown, and we are now going to adjourn for 15 minutes and then reconvene and continue to work on the hearings report in terms of just some feedback comments to the staff. So we'll stand adjourned and reconvene in 15 minutes. Thank you. Actually, before I go any further, I think we've got Lorraine online, and Transport Manager, the Otago Regional Council, I believe. But welcome back to this Regional Public Transport Plan hearing and deliberation process. We have been working through earlier today the hearings report. We also received a memo from the annual plan working group, we'll call it. But we've got an opportunity for the next probably 3/4 of an hour or thereabouts to make a little bit more progress, and I'm wondering, it's probably a question for Robin and Jack, is that the most efficient way that we can use our time, is it best that you pose some questions to us, maybe it's called the rats and mice session, around giving some direction on some of the less lumpier issues, or you've got another idea that would be suitable to make good use of this time. So I'm putting the question to Jack and Robin. Give us a steer on how we can use this time, and if it's beneficial for you to pose some questions to us to feed back to help clarify our thinking on particular topics.
I feel like the current is appropriate. And I think we're
how about we step through the document as we're doing? Sorry, thank you. How about we continue stepping through the document as we have been doing? I think that would be really useful. We have a few questions just from the questions that you gave us, perhaps for some point of clarity. So if we don't cover those off as stepping through them, then we could ask that at the end. Does that fit?
Sounds good. Sounds good. So we were on page 30.
We were on section 7.2, regional connectivity.
Yeah, I think we completed. I think we completed. Oh, sorry,
that?
big pardon. Word 2. Yep. 7.2. So we're on page 23. Have we? Yeah, we haven't covered off the. Sorry. Common feedback themes, we dealt with that, and we dealt with 7.1, and so we're on the next page 23, where you've got the reliability, frequency, timetables and routes, the staff recommendations, the staff reasoning for the amendments. So is there any feedback there? Reliability, frequency, timetables. Elliot?
Okay. You go first.
One of you go first, quick.
I guess just around service hours, had a lot of submissions around extending service hours, and whether that's public holidays or earlier in the morning or later at night, and that's something we've covered in our frequent business cases and stuff, but obviously not supported by current funding. And do we see that as contrary to the current GPS, or are we
No. Those sort of submissions are generally supported by business cases, and they are represented in these big tables on page 56, which have sort of target service hours, which are generally a bit more generous than what we have, and a bit more uniform than what we have.
It's also covered in our service design policies, service design P1, that our design principles, we design the way that we operate full frequencies across long service hours.
Yeah, so these ones were generally a case of we agree with the point made. We don't have the money to really achieve much in most cases, and that's true for both Dunedin and Queenstown.
guess the question here is how do we get that money? Like, what stage do you guys ask us for that money, for example, given that funding isn't there currently?
Yeah, I guess that's just a question for development over the years through our funding processes and our business cases that justify spending that money.
But that's something that'll come through operationally.
Operationally and planning, and through planning of,
RLTP.
and RLTP planning processes. And any more business cases that add to the existing evidence base and so on.
But as far as the RPT goes, that's in there, and that's
in there. Yes.
Correct. Yeah.
Can I just ask, how relevant is that business case that was done for the Dunedin frequency and capacity or whatever? The business case, how relevant will that be when the time comes, let's say in a year or two's time? Will that business case still be able to be used as a basis for a direction for NZTA, or basically the business case will have to be all done again?
It's a good question. I guess it depends on what change, if we're comfortable that the context and environment that is written in is still relevant.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Just jump in the rain if you need to.
The team's doing pretty well so far.
Right, Kate.
Two parts of this, and I do think we have to set this up as a document that we can challenge the government with funding and GPS. And I'm not sure that there's two, and look, there's so many submissions that I appreciate you've said are operational, but if we don't highlight them as ones that are clearly need some focus, and that's existing services that we need to sort. And then the potential aspirational, whatever you absolutely demand. I mean, the submitters have been really clear. There are some real problems, and we don't plan for them, we're not planning. We are reacting, and that's the worst type of, we all know how hard it is to retrofit, and there have been great submissions up here on that. I'm not quite sure that this document, the way it is laid out, provides that clarity, and so, as I've said in conversations, is having something that we can deliver that's consistent with the GPS, but incorporating in there as soon as possible those aspirations of the community, at least have the planning done, or the understanding the funding that is required to get the planning done, so that we can consult with our community and they are empowered to then make it something that they can go to the government for as well.
So what are we putting in?
So just in terms of what we have got, the NFA6 on page 70, we've got an action to periodically review the design and configuration of services to consider factors such as performance of service, land use changes, travel behaviour patterns, etc. My suggestion after hearing the submissions, and this kind of relates to the network review piece as well, is that perhaps we move that into a policy and we frame it slightly different. So that provides us the policy to consider the triggers for reassessing routes or, the community travel behaviour patterns, of which we can then look to work out whether it's one service we're adapting or whether it's a small service geographical area. And then we already have actions NFA3 and A4, which then talk to working with our partner agencies to ensure there's appropriate physical infrastructure and pedestrian facilities, and that we're working collaboratively for targeted packages of activities designed to achieve mode shift in urban areas. So I just wonder if we can make the policy set what triggers our service reviews and then the actions to complete those, which are all. So we've kind of got it there, if you see what I mean. I think we just need to perhaps move it around and phrase it just a little bit differently.
It doesn't empower our community. I mean, I think, again, 549 submissions, all vastly different but all very consistent in some ways, are saying we're not delivering what they need. And if we just say there's a policy there that, and even with triggers, that doesn't have a tight time frame, we need to do it in order to make sure that we are best in empowering our communities to say you are not funding us well enough and fairly enough or equitably enough. And it's, if we don't have the data for them to do that, and because we haven't planned, and that's the chicken and egg. And guys, I'm not blaming you directly because I appreciate that it isn't you. It is a system that has always been playing catch up rather than us being proactively.
Yeah.
And and I'm sorry, I'm probably going into more depth than I want to, but I'm feeling like I'm really comfortable with everything that's in here, but I'm not sure that. Yeah, when I went through these, the most common word is, but when are you doing it? I can't see that certainty.
Yeah.
And I'm just setting ourselves up with really nice words that aren't getting it. And that last submission, or a few submissions about the direction in the Queenstown Lakes District subdivision stuff is really clear, but we can't empower the subdividers to put in transport. So I just don't know how we... Yeah. I'm sorry.
Do you have comments on that, Lorraine? Because it's asking a bit about the aggressiveness of the document and how to. And so I'd be interested in what you'd say, Lorraine.
So I think I hear what you're saying there, Councillor Wilson. However, the decisions or the speed at which we can move are determined by the setting of the LTP and resetting of the annual plan. That's when the money will come. We know we may or may not get subsidy for any of these works, and the less, if you like, the less consistent we are with the GPS, the more likely it is we won't get funding. But that's not the break if the council feels that the community has said that they want to proceed with the activities, but the council as a whole, and that's the trick for the hearing committee here, is to the council as a whole won't have read all of the submissions or heard the things that you have heard. That council as a whole has to set its budget to deliver, and as we know at the moment, it's setting that budget potentially without 50%. 51% of revenue for a lot of the activities.
It's chicken and egg, yeah.
So what would be wrong then, having some sort of timeline that clearly indicated that these activities would only occur when there was a subsidy plus a council funding envelope to implement them? But I think where you're coming from, Kate, is that actually having it's more than an assumption. It's more saying that, look, when funding is available, these things, we want to deliver these things in the next period of time. Is that where you?
I do, and I think that if we don't do the very coarse back of the envelope, if we want to deliver the outcome bus, just say that, because it's probably right down most people's priority list. We have to understand what are these steps, and this is the costing for the planning that would go around that. And people can then actually, we're empowering them to submit, that is something we want to be rated for. They can understand it. And if that's what they want, then we can do it, because we can add it. But so it's not going to happen next year, but we need to spend the next year getting to a point where we can empower them. And then you've got the long-term plan after that, which really is the crux of it. And then at that point, we're also going into a GPS system, a cycle, which is sweet spot. And
And we only...
sorry. I guess just based on that, just thinking about how we reflect that in our plan, we've got our aspirations across the networks outlined in our maps. Is there something that we can do to improve those maps to perhaps articulate what we're hearing from our community?
I don't know that you want my response.
And I think...
Sorry, no, you go.
The flip side of this is the challenge that even with the maps, most of what we've included, with some logical extensions and being a bit more liberal on the 30-year sort of scale, most of it is based on something that we have an existing document we can point to as a source. So that's why there's obviously no outroom or consideration of those sorts of possibilities, because we don't have a document or a piece of work or a previous LTP decision that recommends that kind of approach. So that's generally the philosophy behind us trying to be aspirational and extend that a bit, but also making those aspirations in line with where the council is at present. Because if we become too aspirational, it becomes a bit more fantastical and theoretical. But I do see the flip side of that, which is representing the community needs to the central government and articulating what we're going to aim for.
Can I add just, it seems a bit pessimistic, but you are, by putting the policy and agreeing the criteria into the RPTP, I mean, that is giving staff direction to start working on that, and then it's my job to come back to you and say how much and how fast I can do with what resources we've got, and then it's your job to decide as a council as a whole whether you want to speed that up. And then for the actual delivery, it could be, how much the community wants. It might be related to how much the community is prepared to pay, or it might be related to the change of the central government environment, and then how much more easier it is for us to access resources. So this is a plan. It is a real plan, and that once the council sets out, it's listened to the people, and then it sets out where it wants to go, we will keep working on it, and then I'll keep coming back to you, or to say, well, this is how far we're going on the plan, and if you want to go further, we need these resources, and then if we get to this delivery step, then we need these resources. So it's not sitting there, but I think part of the frustration, and I get it, is that we know we can't promise too much in the next 18 months, because we can't make a lot of changes to funding in the next 18 months.
While we can talk about the maps, can I bring...
They're just having a chat without us knowing what they're talking about. Right. If you're wondering what's happening. And it's so noisy in this room, we actually can't hear them because they haven't got mics on.
If I talk, the camera might switch over to us, maybe if it's automatic, I'm not sure.
School's out, the hall next door is being used, and it has got exceedingly noisy. That's why this...
we're hearing basketball.
You were right to cancel the meeting earlier, to stop the meeting earlier.
Basketball hoops.
Just from a discussion with Robin there, because one thing we've been doing at staff level coming through, and we've been trying to note a lot of our learnings. I love the word, but a lot of our learnings from the process in terms of how we'd do it next time if we, getting the process right, doing a lot better. So it would potentially be really interesting to reflect on what more we could achieve in a future planning cycle in terms of the balance of that, the aspirations and those sort of concerns, and how we can reflect that in the future. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I think so. But while we're talking about the maps, basically the two main things I wanted to say today, you kind of touch on that. So if I can bring those up now. I think the maps are really, really helpful. People love looking at visual stuff, and they're really good setting a roadmap per se for the next wee while. And as Kate has said quite a few times, this GPS won't be the case for those later stages of those aspirations. But just the specific points I had were around one of our, where is it? Around Wanaka or Upper Clutha public transport, and Oamaru within Upper Clutha and within Oamaru, whether that's a fixed route or an on-demand one. There's one area where we have listed it that is an aspiration for us, but it's not reflected in the map, I guess, or there was another section where it wasn't reflected. I can't find my notes on that. And so there's no time frame for that, whether that's a 3 to 10 years or a 10 to 30 years.
You're spot on, Councillor Weir. And I think we did pick that up ourselves with the Oamaru. We'd identified it as an integral service, but we hadn't popped it on the map.
That's a good point, because we put it on the a recommendation for to put it on the tables.
Yeah.
We didn't consider it so much in terms of maps. I wonder if that could be a note on the regional maps of local service in Wanaka, local service in Oamaru, because otherwise you're drawing a map of a single line, which is a bit pointless.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's hard to visually represent. Maybe even just a different dot colour for somewhere where you're going to have something bigger. I don't know. But,
or just an annotation.
Or just an annotation where it says we're under this
local service.
Whether that's because I don't know whether that's planned for, because I know the Queenstown to Wanaka is a 10 to 30 year outline, and maybe we want to see that brought forward, or maybe not. But for the other one, I don't know what the aspiration is. And then the other one was around, and that later aspiration where we have Dunedin to Christchurch. And I know this is all very high level and maybe pie in the sky talking about this now, but obviously we had a lot of people concerned that rail wasn't reflected, even though it kind of is in there as a potential option. We just haven't specified because we're doing that mode neutrality. And so I was just wondering if we did we've listed Christchurch and Dunedin, in that Appendix G, stopping in Ashburton, Timaru, Oamaru, as a Unit 14, and then in the 10 to 30 year, we've got that aspiration. But under those regional service types, under our aspirations, I think page 7 of the draft RPTP, under our aspirations there, I don't think we necessarily have anything reflecting that. And I was just wondering if we were to include something like, and I've written it up here, but obviously we can change the wording, but something like
page 7.
This is on the overview?
On the full draft, page 57.
Oh, 57, sorry.
Under regional service types, which is the orange box under our aspirations. If we were to include under our aspirations something like collaborate with government agencies and neighbouring regional councils to explore interregional public transport opportunities such as public buses, rail, or code sharing on private buses, would that have any, is that something that is essentially already there in content, and would that just be a reflection of that, or would that be something new in you guys' view?
That sounds reasonable. The other thing I would note, just looking at the maps, is also, I think we've probably broken the mode neutrality route by talking about, in the 10 to 30 years, just by talking about highways only. It might be highways or railways. I think there's some good points here. Can we make note of those?
I'll just do that.
I think that might we can certainly justify that kind of stuff from the many submissions about rail and so on.
Yeah.
So,
and actually, I say collaborate with government agents and neighbouring regional councils. Maybe we should say collaborate with stakeholders, because obviously we've got Uni of Otago also submitting that they would like to collaborate with us on something like that.
Yeah, and Kiwi Rail and
Kiwi Rail. Yeah, so something like that could be good just under that our aspiration section. And that was my two main things for today. So
good work.
Well done.
I think there was a question about ECAN's regional public transport plan and how they'd reflected rail in theirs. Did have a good look at that, and there's no mention of rail. No, it's about building dense mass rapid transit corridors, and they mention one that may be serviced with light rail or articulated vehicles. And mentioned like 22 stations. So, I mean, the same applies through our plan, is about building that mass rapid transit corridors that we would service with public transport of a mode that we haven't specified as yet.
If you're looking at the maps, I think it would be helpful. Actually, talking about the train, sorry. My understanding is that Southland are doing some work on the potential of trains, or aren't they as part of our regional land transport plan work, Lorraine?
They had been looking at it before the GPS. Now I think it's a little bit more loose how they'll spend that.
Okay, so they're not
funding that they had put aside. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I hadn't quite clicked that it's gone off. Look, No, sorry, they're busy.
I don't think that is too much different. I'm comfortable with that.
Look, page 59, I'm just wondering whether, I appreciate the heading is our regional network as, well, this is the current map, so it's not our aspiration really. I think we should have the intercity on there and those other services that people can, as being, they're not our services, but it shows what is existing services on there.
That's what we have on page 59. Most of those lines. Most of those lines are intercity services.
Oh, sorry, integral exempt, sorry. But the other one.
grey line.
Yeah. There are some others and I would also put Pokerangi to Dunedin railway line in there now because it is running. It's not a public, it is public transport.
Is it an exempt?
Where does that and our service levels, if you look at regional service levels, it would be, well, it's almost daily, but it's probably still slightly below daily, so it would be a targeted service.
Okay.
If you were to classify it, which in general you wouldn't include targeted services on maps like this. I think its functions as public transport, it would not be enough to.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just wanted to check that, and that's why shuttles wouldn't be in there either. Okay. And I would be personally rewriting, I'm sorry, but in line with my comments earlier, and I probably should have unpacked it and done it this way, I would be doing, the current, I'd be doing 3 to 5 and 5 to 10 and 10 plus in your maps. I'd be putting more places on it, so that the next 3 to 5 will definitely be doing Wanaka. I'd be putting Glenorchy in there, Kingston, I'd be putting Ranfurly, I'd be putting the Timaru was mentioned. I think we just need to nuance those maps with more places, which I'm sorry is hideous.
Yep, of course.
And Roxburgh would have been one of them, and Lawrence.
Yep.
And Clinton. But, and things like McRae's Mine, which does have a daily bus, which could be, again, some of those places that we could be working with. Which is our lines. Outram was the other one that was mentioned in the submissions. I'm sorry to add those places, but I think...
Sorry, can I just clarify? I've got Roxburgh and Lawrence, McRae's Mine, Outram. Was there another one?
Ranfurly.
And...
I'd be putting Glenorchy and Kingston. I've got a couple others, but I'm not going to annoy you at the moment. I might...
Sure.
Kingston.
Oh, and Kingston was the other one, wasn't it?
Yep. Makarora and Haas were mentioned, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, and Moscow. Well, you didn't even have Moscow on there. That's right.
Yeah, there's probably space in Moscow, isn't there?
Yeah.
Well, we've done
And that they are all places of substantial enough populations, and with some services.
Places in Moscow will be quite
I've redrawn your map slightly.
Yep, that's okay. We can. We'll probably have to go over the exact details.
Yeah, but I think the clarity that we need is that you can't just have a 10-year, next 10 years. I think you need to break that down.
Okay, so current map then more 5 to 10 rather than
3 to 5.
3 to 5 to 10, yes. And or at least have a priority list and empowering the community to understand how they can influence that priority list and how it would then go into either an RLTP or whatever. Lorraine, I'm really ambitious that you're going to find some more money, that we will be giving you more money to do this planning. I appreciate you can't do it on what you've got, but if we're not setting ourselves up in the best way to really present this, and that is the challenge the community have given us.
Yeah, even as you're talking, I'm thinking, oh, well, if we're going to go into more broad intra-regional services, you would want to commission work to look at how many, what kind of, if you like, how you would contract them, and it might be more attractive to do more rather than less. So I'm already thinking this through. Just around if we want to, if we're clear that we want to put nominated towns on the maps, or if we want to have more criteria, in the policy as to like where we would look to provide future services. So, you know, settlements within X distance of the existing network, or settlements of X population, or whatever.
Yeah.
Because you could go either way. You could offend someone by missing out a dot on the map, or you could, you could sort of then not look at something that might be a good next step for a service extension just because it's not on the map, but it might actually have some criteria, but nobody made a submission on it, sort of thing.
I think my head's about to explode, actually. I think this is getting to detail that... look, they're really good stuff, and that's what I'm actually thinking I'm looking at a point. Maybe I've had too many coffees.
Hey, can I just go back to the hearings report?
Yeah. Sure.
Because I wonder whether we should try and knock that off, that report. We were on page 23 and we had that discussion about some sort of timeline and thinking about funding and stuff like that. But and Elliot, got onto those services, potential My Way type services and stuff like that. So I assume we're regional connectivity, because we've just had that discussion now. So I assume we're all good in that space.
The other question was one I already asked, and that was just under rail and ferries. We do not currently have the evidence base to support, and I was just wondering whether we had any evidence base either way.
There is a not publicly available DCC report. Recently, there's obviously various select committee reports that people have discussed. I have what's my comment on this one? And I would say that there's not explicitly negative evidence, except in the sense that a lack of evidence over time may raise a bit of scepticism if you understand the slight subtlety there. So I certainly wouldn't construe this as a sweeping conclusion against rail in the medium or long term. The short term, I would have concerns about resourcing.
No, that's fine. I was just curious what evidence we did have.
Fair enough. Good question. 7.3, school services. No questions? Kate, that was something that you had raised.
Okay, look, if I were doing this a different way, I'd be having a meeting with governance included, and getting a really clear steer that if we were to look, say, at Outram, what would that repercussions be with MOE? What could we build together that may make sense, that we didn't get in their way, because I don't want to necessarily get in their way, and it may be a 10 to 2 service that deals with, that complements but doesn't erode, because as soon as we start doing an early morning service, we are going to get hammered. They'll withdraw, we get left with, and I just see how many cars go in every day. It's those short runs that you can actually get the best congestion, cars off the road for, and yet we're not looking at some of those low-hanging fruit. It's not a long, it's 7 k's extension. And I don't know. I don't even know if the submissions were strong enough on that, but it seems to be some complementary services. And MOE, if there were capacity taking people, would also make sense, and they don't, and I don't understand why.
Okay. Moving on, school service on the second page.
Does this bus service, the submissions that talk about it coming along the back road here, how does the school get serviced?
People from that area will have to walk from either around the back of the airport or from the hub, because the Lake Hayes bus doesn't go past the school.
So, and that's quite a considerable walk. So the photos that we've got of the school...
That's other routes. That's other routes. It's routes that go into town, into Frankton, into Queenstown mostly. Yeah. So not all routes go past the school. There's
Yeah.
3 routes that use those school stops. 5.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Moving on, 7.4 electric buses. It's interesting though, I mean, they were the be all and end all, and then we get the negativity about the lithium batteries, which obviously, yep, a bit of a problem. Anyway.
Fuel industry misinformation.
Yeah.
But
oh, come on, Ellen.
there is a point there, and it's more of a point for 7.5, the vehicle size, but I guess it also covers some of that. In the explainer, it's like really great explainer, and maybe this is just operational feedback, because we've also talked about promotion elsewhere in the thing, and so maybe just all this information around, you know, why we use smaller buses and stuff. And I know you guys have also mentioned putting that out there, but yeah, just promoting that so people know, because it is a common complaint and stuff. And I think usually when someone does bring it up, the explanation, they're like, oh, well, yeah, that makes sense, and it does make sense. And so just promoting that information would be great, I think. But yeah,
good call.
Cool. The images that you see, and there were some presented today with buses and people and cars and people, and they're fantastic. I think the idea of routes often have an ebb and flow on them themselves, that you would expect the numbers to be small at the end terminus. It is often where you don't see them full is because they're on the middle of the runs.
Yep.
And I think articulating that, what the expectations, and also, there's so much that people were saying that they understand that this works much better than people realise, because people don't get on the buses to see it for themselves. And I do think we've got a role there, but I think there must be a clever graphic that shows what our expectations are of school buses and the limitations that if you're using the same bus on the run, how do you change the buses or the efficiencies or something? There must be almost a graphic that can do this better than the words, or 2 graphics.
Anything else on vehicle size? 8 other considerations, Super Gold. Essentially the recommendation is the same as what came to the committee with regards to those late services heading on the northern routes, that they don't apply, Super Gold card doesn't apply.
Are we going to hear from NZTA about that?
We've asked for clarity from NZTA. They haven't said that they'll be able to respond before Monday.
Yeah.
Okay. Private share targets.
I mean, I've got plenty of thoughts on this, but in terms of for stuff right now, there's only one tiny thing, and I was just, if you are going to update this report in any way, I would maybe also just add given the technical nature of setting and agreeing private target shares, it's unsurprising that few submitters engaged on this topic. I would just say engage directly on this topic, because I think a lot of submissions were engaging in the general conversation around that, even if they didn't say private share.
That's a very great point, thank you.
Cool.
I just want to see Joe Miller out there building the seat.
Anything else under
Fundraising
product share targets? I said that question around contracts to see whether there's any flexibility with existing contracts, or essentially advertising on buses would be something that would be a contractual when they fall due for those.
So our Unit 5 contract already, which we started in July, already has a new 50-50 share of advertising revenue, which is a way of us getting that advertising revenue without us having to engage in the procurement. That's Waikato's engaged in, for example, which is quite a challenging thing. In terms of our existing contracts, some of which go through to 2031, you could always vary them. I would question the cost benefit of doing that, because and the accuracy, the risks of that worsening your costs. You can always vary a contract by mutual agreement, right? But whether it's worth your while is a different question.
And as long as they're not charging us for having the all bus sign, I'm not.
and understanding what impact that would have on like the 30% target for the 25-26, for example.
Yeah.
Might be minuscule. Or might,
Yeah.
Can I just add some perhaps learnings from Waikato Regional Council recently, and they've, I guess, got a bit further in this space than we have in terms of procuring for someone to do their commercial advertising and stuff for them. So just it was a new area for council to get into procurement of revenue services. So just needing to think about how we manage that, and do we have the skill sets to do that. And also setting new policies around advertising material and what's council's position on advertising. Yeah, so what I'm saying is I think there's a whole lot of things we have to think of in line with not just the contracts, but what that means for council and council's role within that as part of our decision making.
Yeah.
Alcohol advertising.
And I think too that the figure that the return that they're getting on it is still very minuscule and different in terms of uplift for their private share.
We gave it consideration.
But I'm sure they could put their own faith. They could advertise themselves on the buses.
Okay.
It was profitable at Bay of Plenty around election time. We've got an election coming up because we always had a couple of councillors who would buy the back of bus space with confidence in their services.
I heard a whisper that they were, in terms of value for money, your dial on the back of a bus is apparently really good value. But that's what I've been told.
Have we got a deal for you?
I don't think it will assist completely my aspirations. I bought the back of the bus once with only an orange sign saying vote, and that was all I did. I didn't even have my name on it. Oh, I think I had to have authorised by, but yeah. That's what we actually need, is people just to vote.
Okay.
It's not cheap.
So we're now on recommended changes to the draft RPTP. Do we actually need to go through those?
This feels quite deliberation.
Can I suggest we pause there and go through that tomorrow?
This noise is just
Monday. Yeah.
That's a great suggestion.
Question.
Go for it, Ellie.
Around the more operational stuff, because we were talking earlier around, and a lot of the operational stuff leaves you guys, but the stuff where there might be some high level of concern or urgency. I'm thinking in particular, we're talking about the Portobello crowding that we heard about, but also I heard about adherence to RUB, the requirements of urban buses. Some concerns are out, and contractors are not doing that. So I'm just wondering, is there a way we can feed in on those, or provide some direction on that, whether or not that's the RPTP or just outside in the next Public Transport Council meeting or something?
I think those are good questions about the balance of our reporting, particularly on adherence. We do some reporting of that through TO to NZTA, and you do find you're reporting the exact same data every month quite often, so that makes the reporting regime just a straight line. I think it's a interesting discussion how to get the balance right. Our recommendation on some of the suggestions to add this to the reporting was we want to keep the real key measures quite short, and because that's what key means. However, it is important that we have that public data availability of the and the open data sort of approaches on these areas. So there's probably some thinking, and we can consider if any of that is RPTP thinking or not. We can reflect on that on Monday maybe.
But thinking of if we thought it was worthwhile, recommending to council that we add another bus to the Portobello route, kind of ASAP. Is that how does staff feel about what the best way forward for something like that, where it is just a small kind of operational thing, but there might be funding implications?
Is it better to have it like a generic statement to say we've had a number of requests through this process, We will continue to monitor aspects such as safety, functionality, meeting customer needs or whatever, rather than, because I thought, thinking about it last day or so, I thought, well, we could come up with a list and say to staff, prioritise that, but actually you're already doing that anyway on a friggin' daily, weekly basis. So I think if we recognise that these bottlenecks have been highlighted to us through this process, and staff will continue to evaluate these as they arise and take note, blah, blah, blah. Pretty much what you've actually said in your response, actually, but I think we need to say it.
Yeah.
We can't.
Obviously, we have those procurement processes coming up. I think this probably goes beyond RPTP, but I wonder if you do get some of those suggestions through those processes, whether it's the case of hey, we've completed this contract, hey, can we kick off this improvement a bit early, or because then you go with some through connectivity. Again, with the Portobello route, you might say, hey, we got this good submission on it. No one submitted on the Port Chalmers side which has the same problem. Would you, if council's willing to commit $100,000 for an extra peak bus service, should it be choosing one side of the harbour over the other because there was a submitter on one side and there wasn't a submitter on the other side, even though the other side probably has the worst crowding?
Yep. Cool. Okay. Happy enough. Kate, you had anything else to
No, I'm
mention?
finding that noise is just
it's
annoying.
But to your point, Councillor, I do think it would be great to be able to record those and the feelings of the panel based on what you've heard.
Yeah. Okay.
So we have a record of it.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to empower you guys to come back and ask for money to sort those things.
Yeah.
If they ask, I don't know how we empower you. I mean, I guess you put it in the paper whenever it gets done.
I think, isn't it us as a panel saying this isn't for the RPTP, but we're recommending to our council alongside our report on the decision that we have these other recommendations that you need to fund or consider this, these need to be addressed.
Yeah.
Because we can do recommendations.
Yep.
Yep.
And I mean that's the nature of consultation. We might consult on a more strategic level plan, but people's feedback is always going to be a bit more operational. And if we want to take the consultation seriously, which we certainly do, we want to reflect that.
That is exactly the prime example that I would like to think that we can be directing you to get a costing for the annual plan to ensure that that can be done sooner than later. I mean, that's why I wanted to focus on the stuff that's annual planning this year.
Okay. We're done for the day. So we'll adjourn and we'll reconvene midday on Monday at I assume we're in the council chambers at Philip Lang House in Dunedin?
Yes.
Yep. So midday, and as a panel, I can only speak for myself, but I'm going to come there already fed. So we start at midday, so hope you guys are okay with that. Yeah. So in other words, we don't need lunch is what I'm saying. Cool. Yep. Righto. We stand adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Hey, sorry about that. Pin went flying.
I didn't see that. No, that noise. It's